Morning, Lindsay. Come on, son. Come on, son. Hey, Lacker. Oh, fuck off. What is the deal? I got fucking Christmas songs stuck in my head. Help me. The rare notification on time. Come on, sunshine. Bring my bleaks out to play. Just want to grab like a handful of them and then find somewhere to fish. I've had enough of Ladoga. Hey, Rev. How you doing? I was too lazy today to go drive to the town over to get fast food, so I bought a gas station breakfast sandwich for the first time in my life. Boy, those suck. I see people buy them all the time. I thought they can't be that bad. It was not a good idea. My stomach doesn't like me for it. Why y'all so slow right now? There you go. Hey, pharmacist. Jungle pants. Sergeant Pink Drink. That's forever. And it's tier 3. I owe you so many blowjobs. It's ridiculous at this point. Norse. That's a long time too, but you were one-upped. What a fat bleak. Sun's out. Should be faster than this. Did they nerf this spot too? They killing all my spots? Saw Hardcore saying he was doing it this way. Missed it, wasn't paying attention. I feel like the second bite's always better anyway. Hey, Ben North. That is the saying. Classic saying. Your mother would have said. Taught you as a child. 34 grams. Oh, that'll be easy to do. Or can I squish those? No. Easy to do. Oh, fuck that. That's a lie. Slander. Fish slander. The fish are always trying to make me look bad. I think I just need to wait on that second bite. That first one sucks. Morning zone. What? How did you go underwater so fast? I don't get it, pharmacist, but, you know. I lived through the era of that's what she said. I can get through this one too. Here's the first one. Nope. 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 It's all lies. None of it's real. I'm in the fucking fish matrix. Don't say it. Dig anyway. Being. Nice fish. Come on. Come on. Come on. Morning, Ian. Get wrecked, fool. Foolish fish. Yeah, I gotta reset my schedule tomorrow once my kid goes back to her mom's. Trophy hunting for bleak? No, it's just bait. I've just been in a cycle of catch bait, use bait for fish. It's fun. Good for my skills, too. Ain't got no schedule. Never had, Melman, you know this. Stream when I can. What makes the most sense at the time with my schedule for my daughter. Like, no, it's easy to reset my schedule back to nights when she's not here, because, you know, I don't risk missing taking her to school or oversleeping and picking her up on the bus. I just don't like taking the gambles on my schedule when I have her, so. I'm missing fish right now, game. But tomorrow should be back. Or, well, tonight I should start heading back to normal. It's usually easy for me to reset back to nights. Like I said, it's just, I gotta have the time to do it where I'm not risking oversleeping through something or leaving my daughter standing in the 30-degree cold waiting for me to pick her up. Hey Tommy, thank you for the smelt. I didn't catch shit with them, but I appreciate it. I'm leaving Smeltland, headed on to bigger and better things, hopefully. Or at least other things. Congrats on your bait bucket. Truly becoming a master baiter. I can use a match rod now. Damn it. You're now very broke. Christmas, Tommy. Don't be broke for Christmas. I wish I wouldn't have spent my money. Had I looked at the Christmas reels, I wouldn't have. It's a really good Christmas reel. Like, stupid good. Okay, it's not stupid good, but it's really good. Do you have your Overlord money saved already? That's awesome. You're gonna be way ahead of me. Do you have a Tagara already too? New bait spot? Yeah, I've been doing this one a couple days. I think we've been kind of out of sync. That'd be your first 24 kilogram reel. It's a good one though. The best, I think. It would be the line capacity is a tiny bit smaller, I think. It's hard to judge because I can't do that cylinder math, but it's certainly got the mech strength there if you want to chase sturgeon and catfish. It seems pretty close. I think all the Christmas reels are pretty close in that way. Even that that full metal one seems interesting for people who are, even me. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that I try it. $18.5 kilo. Still better than a lot of mine. There's a list, someone can share it with you, of all kinds of reel information. And it's got last year's and the previous year's Christmas stuff, which so far they've repeated all their Christmas stuff. We're all assuming they're going to again. I mean, there's a chance none of that shit's available. And then Wizard just has to buy a Tagara, but, you know, Tagaras are still really good too. Yep, the stuff in red is the Christmas reels. That bobber has been underwater longer than like any bobber I've ever seen, and of course it's gone. It was nice when things were slow. I could just do them one at a time. Big one. Nope, I lied. This spot's actually better bait than Smelt, Tommy, as far as speed. I have used a dummy amount of flies. You wouldn't believe it. In the last couple of days, I think I have used 750 flies in the last 3 days. That's a frog. I just like catching frogs, even though they're less valuable to me. What reel is that, Jungle? So there's a little misleading information with gear ratio, I believe. And it is and it isn't misleading. It's more the information is correct, but if you don't understand the reels themselves, you won't really understand the gear ratio. Oh, it's a 9 kilo reel. So, I'm not 100% on this in the game, but from my experience, I guess I could test it. I should do that science experiment. But what I think happens with gear ratio is spool size matters. For instance, my ultralight has a decent gear ratio, but due to its tiny spool, it still feels like it reels incredibly slow. Which makes sense. In my brain. But I'm not certain that it's correct. How much is a Saber 60, Jungle? That doesn't feel like a great deal. What size is it? .59 ratio 6,000 is incredibly fast and a 6.6 low profile. You agree, being? Okay, and that makes sense because if I'm not mistaken, I'm not 100% on this one, but if I'm not mistaken, the way the gear ratio works is just the retrieval rate of the handle, right? So, technically speaking, a bigger spool would still feel would feel faster than a smaller spool because just the sheer diameter of the spool picking up line. I believe. That makes sense in my dumb brain. Is it 4,000? I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at that reel real quick and see. A lot of the Christmas reels have abnormally large spools for their size. Like, hey, I'm a 6,000, but with the 10,000 size spool. The more line for each revolution of a bigger spool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I'm bad at explaining how it works, but I understand that concept in my brain. But I can test it really quick, actually. I think I have two reels that are identical. Let me science this to make sure. I believe the mech on a Tagara is a 4.2, the mech on an HSV is a 4.7. Or not mech, gear ratio. So the gear ratio on my Inferno is a 6.2. No. My brain is backwards. My brain is backwards. No, my brain is right. Right. A 6.3 would be 6.3 times the spool rotates for every 360-degree turn of the reel handle. However, it doesn't talk about spool size. So let's do a little test here. There's no way I still have this on this computer, is there? No. Alright, so we'll just use my phone. We're gonna lock this at 30 meters. No, 25. I don't want to reel too far. Alright. This is a 6.3 gear ratio on a tiny spool. With a 35 retrieval speed. I'm gonna catch a fish and break my science. But you get what I'm getting at, right? Like, it's... The spool turns 6 times for every 1 handle rotation, yes. But because the spool is only a 1,000 size, that's not picking up that much line. In comparison to... Let's try it with my Tagara. I forgot to stop the clock. It's about 35 seconds. In comparison to my Tagara, which has a 10,000 size spool. Look at the size of that fucking spool. It's only, I think a 4.2 to 1. But because the spool is so much bigger, they end up balancing out, if not outweighing the other. That would be the correct assumption, but to what degree? Goopy, thank you for the $50 and no message. So let's see here. Set the retrieval speed the same. It 100% has to do with diameter. I mean, just as a fishing thing. And holy shit, yeah, like the difference there was, that was 20 seconds faster. It was night and fucking day. So even though the one has a much faster gear ratio, you're getting into weird spool size stuff that really. Oh, this is a 10,000 series, right? Like here's a 5,000 series real IRL. Look how big that fucker is, right? And here, the ones I think you'll get less notice with that is bait casters, because they all have a pretty consistent spool size. Maybe none in the game. What size is this reel? Probably doesn't say because it's cheap. But I guess this is like a 1,000, 2,000 size reel. See that spool compared to this fucking hog? It's not irrelevant. I don't agree with you. I think it's sort of relevant. Just that you understand, like, it's relevant in the sense that you understand it, so that you know how to retrieve similar ways. Does the amount of line, it should, kapow. In that, by that theory, and by the way I understand things, it should. Yeah, a bigger, the fuller your reel is, the faster you should retrieve in real life. Did the game take that math into consideration? I don't know, dude. Sometimes this game I'm like, why didn't they do that? And other times I'm like, they really bothered to make it so big fat bobbers get affected by wind more than skinny bobbers? I don't know. But let me check something real quick here too. So that was a 10,000 series 4.2. The caliber is a 4.7. The Narga is a 4.3. So let's try the Narga. It's a really close gear ratio. Not quite exact, but a really close gear ratio. Actually, did I cheat on the last one? Did I not make it? Oh no, I definitely made it. Let me double check that. It's 1529. Line on spool matters. Okay. Yeah. So 15 seconds. And again, it was almost 30 seconds on this one. I want to do it again just to be sure. 15, just a little over 15 seconds. It's definitely hitting its clip. And again, this is comparing the two extremes. A 1,000 size spool compared to a 10,000 size spool, right? Like these are the literally as big of differences as you can get in spool size. But we're already at 20 seconds. $32 seconds. So it's twice as slow, a little over twice as slow as my other reel. So the reason I say it's not irrelevant is you do want to take that into consideration with how you fish. Like, let's science again here. Back up 25 meters. So at a 50 retrieval speed. Oh. I cheated a tiny bit. Took a couple retrieves. Look how fast that reel is spinning. You can't even see, it's like the fucking Matrix. And it still took longer to reel in at a 50 retrieval speed by At least 7 seconds, not counting my little cheat. Retrieval speed is automatic when fish is hooked, though. I'm talking about techniques, fishing techniques. Jig step, walk the dog, speed up, stop and go, just what speed you fish a lure at. It is relevant. If you're bottom fishing, sure, whatever. You want to deal with incredibly slow reeling in fish, go ahead. But it sucks. Then you just, I literally can't. That's what I just proved being. The speed I walk the dog on my Tagara is impossible to accomplish on my 1000 series reel. And I think gear ratio matters a ton when the fish is on. I think there are more hidden stats to reels than the game lets on. And I think I have proven that by comparing the strength of the Narga to the Alpha. Those two reels are not the same strength. They just are not. They do not have the same power. There is no way those two reels are the same. So in real life, lower gear ratios are going to have more torque. You as a human being are going to be able to put more torque on the handle than you can on the higher, faster gear ratios. Where that applies in the game, I don't know. I'm curious. Do I have one of my fancy boxes, reel boxes laying around anymore? Used to. Because they have more stats than we all were offered. Oh, yeah. And I think that's a torque thing, Raptor. I think that's a pure strength thing. When it comes, especially with a heavy fish. And there's some stat on how fast your human can reel. If you notice, when you got a big fish on, your dude, even at max retrieval speed, your dude's going. Even with energy. When you got small fish on, he's doing that regular retrieval. So I really think that comes into another hidden stat that we don't talk about with reels. And that it is that there's actually torque behind that gear ratio, not just retrieval speed. My opinion. Like a HSV is a dog to reel fish in with. I hear the Venga's pretty slow too. Which doesn't make sense on the Venga, because it should be really strong. But interesting for me to finally take the time to know I literally can't match retrieval speeds on this. It's impossible for me to do the same speeds I used to do, like anything fast. This reel caps out at like a 30, according to my Tagara. That one's the weird one being because literally if I put I swear to God, if you put a Nagara next to an Alpha, next to an HSV, even though their drags are 14.5, 14.5, and 15.5, I swear to God that Nagara is stronger. And there's no math behind that one, just sheer experience of using those three reels for 350 hours. The HSV has a pretty low ratio, 4.7. The Nagara is a 4.3, and the Alpha is a 5.2. So again, for landing a big fish, yes, guaranteed Nagara is going to be better at reeling in big fish, but I just mean as far as pulling drag. What are we talking about? More interesting stats with reels that aren't really discussed when you buy them. Why I've been kind of standing my ground against everyone saying HSV's meta. Because I don't believe it's the best reel for everyone. Definitely Raptors. But why does that affect drag? No reason. You think your HSV is absolutely a stronger reel than your Nagara? I don't feel that way. I think they're close. But the Alpha is the one that especially sucks. I mean, a fucking 1.6 kilogram perch was pulling drag on it yesterday. And it's not worn out. That may also be part of my problem with the techniques on the ultralight, though, is the fact that you just cannot match retrieval speeds. I'm going to try running things a lot higher on it and see if I have more success. It's not. In every way stat-wise, it's not. There's no doubt, just on sheer paper. No, like, we don't know that max drag... No, the drag itself is technically said to not be stronger. That's mech strength. The max drag on that sheet is that's a wrong wording. That's not right at all. That's not drag at all. It's the opposite of drag. It's no drag. It's mech strength, and they should change it, but they're dumb. It's the rated drag. You're talking about the 14.5 kilo of a Nagara is higher than it says it is. Yeah, I did some reel testing to break some early reels. That's why all my broken reels came from. You just keep putting a bigger and bigger line on it until it breaks. Snag it on the ground and keep putting bigger line on it until it breaks. That's not max drag, though. That's not correct. That's an improper usage of the term, being. Drag is specifically the act of a reel letting out line. So when you lock your reel, you're turning your drag off. That has nothing to do with your drag. Yeah, the wording is wrong for sure. But the logic is fine. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Laggard. I feel like the 29 of the Nagara is a more powerful reel. Now, there's another one that no one really knows the specifics of either. And this is where the power part may be different. We don't really know how to wear out a fish. I have heard no true science, no expert opinion on how to wear out a fish. I've heard lots of ideas, lots of talk. I don't hear it talked about as much as we used to. So, there is an argument that a stronger reel, like a Nagara, due to the fact that it has a higher gear ratio, or a lower gear ratio, and you can put more torque on that reel, it should wear fish out faster than an HSV. It should. Possibly not an HSV because you're getting into that one difference in drag, but definitely faster than a Alpha. Yeah, I call it a Nagara, and it's a Gara. That's what I do. Forever and always. Now again, we don't really know how to wear out a fish. There isn't anybody that I know that's been told by a dev, if you do X thing, fish wears out faster, right? There was some guys who, back in the day when I played a year or two ago, were turning their drag all the way down and waiting for the fish to wear out. Because you were getting less wear on your reels. I don't know if that's still a thing people do. Yeah, exactly. We don't know for sure. We can just go off our experience. But if you were in my tournament the other day on Corey, when I hooked into a like 7 kilo rainbow trout with my ultralight, and that's where I keep saying, I swear to God, my ultralight is stronger than my alpha. It is because I think it has the ability to beat up a fish faster. I landed a fish that, in my opinion, should have took me 25 minutes in like 5 minutes, but I held shift and I fucking did this the entire time and fought it as hard as I could. it was the first time I ever thought I actually wore a fish out fast. I've never felt that way before. Every other time I've always just kind of felt like I was waiting for the fish to do its thing. And yeah, that's the issue. A half a kilogram on a fish changes its power so much. And the odds of catching two identical fish in an identical environment, right? Because now you get into, now there's current. The fish had more space to run. There's just a million little things that could play into determining how fast you wear out a fish. When I first started, guys told me to turn like almost all the way around to get as much rod bend as you could to put more pressure on the fish. And then I was having people tell me to turn my drag down and not run it at 29. This is the first time I played where like nobody suggested I'm fighting a fish wrong, which is interesting too. My gut feeling says it should be easier to turn rod thanks to lever. So that one's weird because you're still against drag, right? I think what you're trying to say is that turning the rod over, reeling the line. Yeah, we just don't know how to wear out a fish, which again is why I think I can say that I feel like the Nagara is a stronger reel than the HSV in my experience from landing bigger fish. Even though on paper it doesn't look like it is. I don't think it's enough. I still recommend HSVs. I'm just always going to be that guy that when something becomes absurdly popular, like it's so weird to me that the Nagara, because of a $400 price increase, just died. And I don't think that is the case. That it should have. I don't think that should have been what happened. It's just like I was reading through a bunch of guides today for bait harvesting while I was bored waiting for my kid to get up. And like every single guide is identical. Make egg dough. And it's varying numbers. I saw from like 35,000 to 110,000 egg dough. And they all said the same thing. It's inefficient to grind bait fish. It's inefficient to grind frogs. A couple of them even said they're not sure frogs give skill up past X experience points. I just got one today to get to 93%. This game is an echo chamber bad. And too many factors, yeah. But, like, I'm at 93% bait harvesting. I have 800 egg dough, 600 cottage cheese dough, 800 pea porridge. And I made, like, 300 of this today just because I had the shit left over. 390 semolina. Like, you don't have to do... You don't have to just smash egg dough. Who wants to click make egg dough 30,000 times? You have 65,000 egg dough? Yeah. How many days did that take you in happy hour anyway, Raptors? No clue? Many. That does not sound fun. And the problem is, it's not like they claim it's the efficient way, and to me that's like, it's a, I don't know. That does not seem efficient in any way, shape, or form. It's not, it's lure making, I get it, spam 3 days worth of Xander spoons and waste a bunch of money on hooks. Like, I get it, it's done in 3 days. But that must have taken you still like a week or two, Raptor. There's no, I mean, I guess I don't know. If you had all this stuff in your inventory and just sat there spamming make spacebar as fast as you could, I don't know math, but efficient for money? How is it efficient for money? The only way Egdo is more efficient for money than farming bait fish is if you don't use the bait fish as bait. If you just throw them away. And even then, like, it's only more efficient because you're comparing it to if I was grinding premium fishing. You know what I mean? They will optimize themselves out of fun, Taco, and then convince everyone else it's the way to go. Unfortunately. This game has so many limited... There's so few guides that exist and stuff, so much limited information that exists because it's not a super popular game. And it's in a genre that I don't think most gamers are really, like, super familiar with. These devs, the little things like I just did with playing with gear ratio and stuff that I've never seen anyone talk about, that is very fishing brain, right? Like, that's not something that most people are gonna know unless they're fishermen. You're not gonna recognize that fact. You're gonna look at the numbers and be confused why gear ratio doesn't make sense. I'm all for a mindless brain numbing grind if it's actually the best way to do it. But all of those guys have the argument that bait fishing is not a reasonable way to get it done. And that's just false. Especially with how long everything in this game takes. It's not like you need it done. It's not like you're level 40 and have a couple of Vengas and you're like, man, I wish my bait harvesting was maxed. You're level 34, you don't have a Venga yet, and you're like, yeah, I'll keep working on bait harvesting. But, you know, YouTube videos. Gotta make them. Didn't do great, but I was talking. My thing for leveling bait has not been grinding it super hard either, but just saving my bait throughout the day. Fish last in your inventory for, like, I don't know, a long time. Anyone know the life of a fish in your inventory? So save your 500 gram fish you were gonna cut up, save your bait fish you were gonna squish. Wait till the next day for happy hour and do it then. It goes 7, yellow at like 7 hours. The frogs I caught yesterday morning were still good this morning. I don't know, I think you're wrong, Being, because the frogs I caught yesterday on stream, I saved until this morning. So they were right close to 24 hours, 20 hours or something. I also had a perch from yesterday sometime, so... And it was still yellow. Alright, now I'm gonna take these bleaks somewhere. I don't know where. Got a few of them. Not a ton. I got a frog to squish. No, I'll save that. I especially like saving frogs because I don't need them. It also resets the timer on them, I'm pretty sure. Frogs don't have a timer. But yeah, like these roaches were yellow this morning that I saved from yesterday. So you reset their lifespan by squishing them the day after. It's a good bleak spot, Tommy. What do I think of this game so far? I mean, I got like 800 hours. It's the best fishing sim, period. Nothing close, honestly. I don't know where I'm going to take these bleak. I guess I could just take them back to Actuba and hope to find somewhere that Asp will eat them. Or might get lucky and get a bellow. But is that rounding Being? Are you sure it's a true 1% at 8 minutes? And not a rounded? Can you not use them yet, Tommy? Yeah, I guess you're rounding to 1% at 8 minutes. Oh wait, 1% at 8 minutes and 20 minutes. 2% at 22 minutes. Why would you guess 6% an hour when 1% was at 20 minutes? Right, because a 1 would be the full duration of that 1%. So at most it'd be 5% an hour. Yeah, you did. I would guess there's a 24-hour lifespan on fish. It's just an easy number that makes sense. A full 24 hours, though. Bleak me, daddy. Guess we'll take him to Tuba. I could try throwing him on Sura, though. Does Sura have bleak? I don't know how I'd know. Anyone on Sura? Does Sura have bleak? What's on Sura? Who's on first? Last few times I've tried him on Actuba, I have failed. What else is on Sura? What about Tunguska? You think a Taman would eat a bleak? Probably. Let's try Tunguska. Tunguska's expensive. I hope they have bleak. I got everything to eat a smelt. Bleak's just a more universal smelt. You got bleak here? Shit. You don't. Alright, mistakes were made. Alright, we wasted 50 bucks. That's stinky. I really don't feel like they get eaten anywhere that they don't exist. I've had no luck with it. I was having fun using my telestick the other day. Don't tell anybody. I think I'm sick. But it was surprisingly fun off this dumb dock. I should go to Donuts and see if I can get Volgazander to eat a bleak. He's doing it. Waste is 40 bucks. It's fine. I have fluorocarbon on some of my tellies, not that one. I haven't noticed it being more difficult, though. The weekly frog leaderboard? Get 'em. It's a bunch of frogging men. Echo chamber. Which way does the current go here? That way. It ends there. So I guess we'd want the fish to go that way, then come back. I've had my best luck with Volgas near the end of this hole, but we'll start in the hole. Should probably downsize my shit. Oh, I have this. Is this thing still alive? No, it's dead. Stupid trees. I don't even need you. I don't know how far that is. Can't be that far. I didn't even look at the size of the hook on that, but we'll worry about that later. what people catch these things on. Stuff. Probably sandwich stuff. Yeah. Bloodworms, huh? I love an excuse to use bloodworms. I wonder how deep. Make a guess. Disappointed. What else is over here? Trying to think about what I've caught when I'm wacky worm fishing over here. The clubs, there's a the herrings are over here. Yeah, I should use something more universal. Care more about it being consistent than targeting a species. Is that thing underwater? Or what the fuck? Why is the picture so off? Take long for that bleak to go. Oh yeah, pumpkins. I don't want perch, hopefully. Is that an asp or a chub? A chub? An asp, a chub? Chub was not what I was expecting. Wonder if I'm not far enough out. Are you in the stream, Lestrade? Because then I can give a little spiel on rotting. There's a Xander. We expected those. If I want Volga, it's a hard one for me because bait fish. Sizing the hook to me is not about the fish, but the bait in real life. I think you rarely pick your hook size based on the fish you're after, and a lot more often on the bait you're using. Well, that's quick. Oh, are the sturgeon back raptors? They were dead yesterday for a while. Hardcore and I were both out there. Is that a Volga? If it is, it's a good one. The Russian sturgeon, they were really, really dumb good for a minute. One of our guys caught a trophy, end up with $2,700 worth of sturgeon in a few hours. I think he ended up with 31 flag sturgeon. So that was a big hook, still caught Volga. At low levels, I would not buy a rod for Balea. I think you should explain that to him, Raptors, if you're gonna talk to him. Because it's just gonna become a rod it's not very useful in the long run. Dumb perch. This map lags so hard for me when the sun is coming up. Yeah, it really shines with small gear. That's why it's a hard one for early levels. And they gotta understand that, and like I said, investing in that early is a bad investment, IMO, because you can't take it with you, kind of deal. You're not gonna want to take that gear with you to Quarry, because you're just gonna get smashed. I should measure how far out that is. It's gotta be pretty fucking close. I think I should move down to the end. That's where the best Volga have been for me. Are they, Raptor? Yeah, I can't do mole crickets. Same spot. Yeah. I went out there and tried random baits, but even Hardcore died too. Like, it was super funny. Every time Hardcore tells me, is at a spot doing well, he's like, you should try it. I come out there and it dies. He had 30 fucking flag sturgeon in his inventory, and then we sat out there together for 30 minutes and neither of us caught one. I caught one later down in the bend, but it was really small. I ended up cutting it up for bait. It was that small. Let's try one down further. I don't believe Hardcore's spots are ever any good, is the reality. This one keeps hitting perch because I'm casting it too shallow. Wow, everyone came and killed my spot, my char spot. They murdered that thing. That spot's been gutted. They took the Xander out of it. The char slowed way down. I did find another spot this morning for red char, but I just didn't even feel like fucking with it. I'd had enough of Ladoga. It's still decent for char if you were just getting there. If you were that level. They're pretty good experience. Easy to land. The sturgeon seemed to pick up, though. I caught another Baltic today. Small one though, like 10 kilo. I really thought the Xanders would be ripping it up. I'm stuck. Motherfucker. I hate when I get my boots stuck in the mud. Come on. Ha ha ha. Oh, there's a fish on there. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Am I gonna have to treat these like... Is that another Volga? It is. Another decent one. I was gonna move, but that's the second one. You wanted me to be stuck longer, rude. I'll put rod in boat. What's this fish? That's a Xander. Big ear Xander. 5 kilo or something. 4 kilo. They're surprisingly weighty fish. They're almost catfish fighty. I did speak to Ned. Oh, it's a pike. Didn't expect that one. Ned just randomly talked, and not like a smiley face gotcha, but just like chimed in on the conversation. I yelled at him for it. I was like, you can't just be silent for a fucking year and then randomly be part of everyday conversation again. And then he lost a fish while typing to me. So it was like a double. My heart is broken. Plus his favorite Tom Hanks movie was Road to Perdition. It's like, fuck. I had predicted You've Got Mail, like. Ned's just a shy and deep intellectual. That's what we've learned. And not a hopeless romantic. Not a comedic genius either. Is that a catfish? I don't know. Look at that rod bend. If my rod bent that low down on the backbone, I would be terrified of snap snap. I mean, that thing is bending at the handle, basically. Also, who holds a reel like this when you got a big fish on? Put your hand up on the top grip, bro. Do rods bend so much? Oh, yeah. I've been trying to take this fucker out of here for days and keep quitting. My reel is smoking. This is just the top half of a rod, but oh, you can't really get enough of it in the camera to know, but it's bent like 90. It's a good way to break it, only bending the top half. This rod's too big for educational demonstrations. Need a smaller rod. Oh, here. Don't lose this fish while I'm... Don't lose this fish while I'm walking away. That's actually the time of year for perfect examples. I'm gonna have to dust them off. Ice fishing. Yeah, they'll bend like that. And that's like cheap, bottom of the barrel. I think that came in like a shitty little ice fishing kit for $7. Yeah, that rod tip that I picked out will double over. You can touch the tip to the handle. It's a 12-foot steel head rod. But you guys in the UK get some nutty, your carp rods and stuff like that. Where in this game it shows carp rods as being... Actually, maybe I'm mistaken on that. I've seen some Asian carp rods, and they're insanely flexible for their weight capacity. Like nutty. They look like fucking long ultralights, but can lift fucking 40 pounds. So cool. Hi. A lot of it comes down to material, though, with how it bends. You hear me talk about backbone, and that's the bending further down the rod. These fiberglass rods like this are super flexible all the way down. And then you get into carbon fiber rods, will be a lot stiffer in the backbone. They're more for smaller fish, bass, and stuff like that. A lot stiffer backbone, and they'll just be bendy at the tip. Used to run a tackle shop. Carp's been saying, yeah. I'm from America, so I was like baffled. Like Russian Fishing 4 got me into carp fishing IRL because it's just not a thing here. And one of the guys I fished with in this actually sent me a whole bunch of carp gear, and it's crazy. And the funny part is none of it really works here. Yeah, I can see they're good raptors. I don't have the bait for it, sadly. But like all the fancy boilies and baits and hair rigs work pretty good. Just for like the way they hook up and stuff. But our carp aren't used to being fished for, so we don't need it, you know? I catch more carp on circle hook and a fucking earthworm than I did on any method feeders, cages, and chum, hair rigs and corn. Like that shit just our carp aren't looking for it. You know, they're not afraid of regular old-fashioned circle hooks and worms here. Yeah, they have a lot less lakes in Europe, and a lot of the lakes in Europe are, a lot of the carp lakes in Europe are pay lakes. So there'll be guys that go and pay to be there, and it's a lake that's the fish are stocked, they're fed, they're intentionally made to be big, um, and they get fished for a lot, so they need to constantly try to evolve their techniques to surprise this fish, to intrigue this fish into biting. We don't have to do that. Throw a worm in the water, get a carp. Let go. I think it's 28 months. If I sat at a spot and chummed it for a week and then went out and used method feeders with chum and hair rigs or pop-up boilies or something like that, I'm sure it would do great. I think the other problem we'd have with that here, though, is you'd catch a shitload of bullhead and channel cats. Because, again, you're dealing with native populations and not... wanting double corn. Yeah, exactly. Slow by. When I did fish just like straight like sweet corn, I caught more catfish than I did carp. I weirdly though, I will say, I find carp bite 100 times better on an earthworm than a night crawler. I'll put like 6, 8. If I see a bunch of carp breaking the surface in the evening and stuff, I'll put 6, 8 earthworms on a circle hook and throw that out there. They don't seem to love the big night crawlers. Even the size of hooks and stuff that the guy sent me from, he's hungry. Uh, I'm like, really? These are the tiny little fucking hooks you use? And they're great. Don't get me wrong. They're fucking the sharpest hooks I own. And strong as a fucking ox. But they're these tiny little things. And again, it's because, you know, they're trying to fool these fish that are pretty heavily pressured. Carp have sensitive lips. They could feel a hook easier than most fish. Ball of oatmeal? Yeah. I used oatmeal a bit. I never had much luck with it. I liked, my favorite was a panko and a sweet corn. Just pour a box of panko in a bucket. And then a can of sweet corn on top of it. And just the moisture from the sweet corn can. The can of sweet corn is enough to make a nice little bread ball for your method feeder. Hair rigs have a similar effect, though, as circle hooks. They can't really be gut hooked, which is really nice about them. Unless you ran excessively long hair rigs, I guess. But. And they prevent you from catching turtles. Because the other thing you'll catch if you're a kid who grew up threading a hook with corn, turtles will come along and eat that whole threaded hook. But a hair rig actually puts the bait. The bait isn't on the hook. It's on a bit of string hanging over the hook. Turtles bite at things, so they'll just chew on the corn, and unlikely they'll get the hook. Where a fish uses like a Hoover method and sucks things in. So when it tries to suck in the corn, it pulls the hook in too unintentionally. Pretty cool concept, actually. My buddy did not believe it was going to work because the bait was not on the hook. I might fucking run down and get this thing turned around. Back swimming up current. But this, I knew I had a lot more distance to go that way. Carp are a ton of fun to catch, though. Would recommend to Americans to have a little fun. They're not a lazy fish. They have a ton of energy. They'll jump full body out of the water like a bass will. But they're up to 35, 40 pounds. And the average one is 8, 10 pounds. A small swivel. I'm trying to think of where the swivel is. Is the swivel actually like after the hook before the bait? So the bait itself can spin and not move the hook? Yeah, that would be the only way that would work. Interesting. How small is that swivel? You gotta use the magnifying glasses and shit to tie these hairs? Insert some of the swivel into the boilie. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Right, the top half, it only needs the, the top part of the swivel or bottom, whichever end you want to call it of the swivel. You also got practice from an Asian carp here. Asian carp, said it a bunch. Sorry to those who hear it all the time. The big issue with them is not they're not a carp. They're not a carp as we know carp. They're a filter feeder. They eat phytoplankton. That's why they're so dangerous. They eat the bottom of the food chain, and they're massive. But you can't really catch an Asian carp on a hook. There's all kinds of techniques to try. But if you want to catch Asian carp, you just throw giant treble hooks and snag them. Some dudes were fishing them in Kentucky when I was down there under the dam. They had these giant treble hooks. I mean giant like my hand, with a big weight on the bottom. They'd cast it all the way across the river, reel it a couple times, and then they'd fucking jerk it as hard as they could, man. I mean, full body, like, jump into their rod and reel down and see if a fish was on it. And they do that over and over and over. I was like, that looks fucking exhausting. I don't know anything really about grass carp because we don't have many around here, and the ones we do are protected. They're there intentionally. But I think grass carp are still just eaters. They eat plants. They do actually eat plants. They're stocked around here to like maintain weeds. Asian carp actually filter the water like a whale. They don't look for things and bite at it. They just swim around with their fucking mouth going. Silver carp. Yeah, I think it is silver carp. They're supposed to be delicious. Like halibut. But it's halibut that's full of bones. Insanely bony is why they're not popular for eating. But it makes sense that they're a tastier fish because they're filter feeders and not bottom feeders like carp are. I also don't think they inhabit the shallows like carp do. That's a big problem with why carp tastes so bad sometimes too, is they're willing to spend so much time in warm, nasty water. Like a bowfin is another fish that is disgusting to eat. Like if you catch a bowfin in the summer and try to cook it, its meat is literally like melty, like gooey, because it sits in fucking 85, 90-degree water all summer long. I've heard the crappie in the south get pretty mushy too when it gets hot. We don't have that problem up here. Our water temps in deeper water stay pretty cool. Yeah, up here I'll eat a crappie all year round. Yeah, that's what I heard, Lindsay. And I saw it actually when I was down in Kentucky. I couldn't believe I've never seen that many crappie fishermen and like so much crappie specific gear as Kentucky Lake, man. There must have been 100 boats out there in the spring this year. These spider rigs all over the place. And the water's foul, yeah, stagnant, yeah. The one guy that again, that sent me that carp gear, he said he'll eat them, but they'll actually put them in a bathtub for a couple of days and let them clean out, basically. I went to Kentucky Lake. Brian's something. It was a cove over there on Kentucky Lake. I'm trying to remember. Something Brian was in the name. I think it was the name of the creek that ran into Brian's Creek or something like that ran into it. The cove we were in. It was really decent fishing. Had a good time. Massive lake. We have nothing like, well, we have the Great Lakes. We have nothing like that that's landlocked. I guess again, the Great Lakes are, but I don't know. The Great Lakes are a whole nother beast. Because, like, you can't take a regular boat on the Great Lakes. This thing got really light once it died, so is it just a small sturgeon? What the fuck is that tail? What's in the margin mean? Never heard that term. I'm trying to lift this fish so I can see it. I'll probably lose it fucking around with it. Maybe a really good Xander. By the look of that tail and the color of it. There's no way a wild carp ate a bleak, is there? There's not albino catfish out here, are there? That's not a Xander fin, is it? I don't know. That's a side fin. I don't know what fish it is. Oh, down the water's edge. Okay. It's a small sturgeon. I see his little whiskers now. A little babby. Damn, you were strong for as small as you are. That one's weird too. Like this, the different respect for the fish here. Carp here, the majority of people who carp fish are doing it with a bow and arrow, and then giving them to pig farmers as pig feed. And then I've seen some European YouTube videos where they have like a unhooking mat and they're... Fuck, I even saw one guy that was putting medicine on the fish. He had like some antibacterial on a carp. Get names? That's hilarious. Yeah, here they get their connecting tissues slit and thrown on the shore. Which sucks. I'm not a fan of that. People are still convinced they're an invasive species. Even though like every water body around here's had them for hundreds of years now. Thanks, tiny perch, for eating my bleak. I really should get a boat and measure. In the game or in real life? In the game you sell them to buy new fishing gear. In real life, I let my fish go. Don't keep many. Unless my daughter wants fish for dinner. Worms. Yeah, they taste, and that's exactly why they get killed. That's, you know, the number one reason you'll see fish like bowfin, carp, pike just killed. Pike are actually good, but they're bony and not super popular to eat. You're in Minnesota, so you're kind of pike central. But yeah, all these, so many fishing myths exist based off of they learned it from their grandpappy. And, you know, it interfered with their perch fishing or their walleye fishing, they thought. I love pike, it's so good. What fish you go out for over dinner? Crappie. 9 out of 10 I go for crappie, because it only takes like 3 to feed me and my daughter. I'll usually end up with like 2 crappie and 3 bluegill sunfish. But I love pike. See, I don't like killing them because we don't have a ton of them, but I do accidentally kill one once in a while. Bad hook. Or it gets loose in the boat. A pike gets loose, man, off the hook. They can fucking bang themselves to death in 30 seconds. Anglers and hunters both. So many bad, old-timey myths. This is the way I was taught. But, like, again, you were taught by people who needed that food. You know, I know you only go fishing for fun, yet for some reason you still feel the need to cut the throat of every bullhead you see, or bowfin you see. Bowfin have been in the water longer than bass. Bass fishermen specifically hate bowfin. Bass fishermen in general kind of piss me off as one, because like they're so elitist about their bass fishing when bass are like one of the simplest species on the planet to catch. And I do tournaments and stuff. Don't get me wrong. There's a skill in doing it every single day and being good at it. I didn't do great at it, but just as a species to catch bass is not a difficult thing. And obviously, any fish, any animal to get big specimens is a challenge. Tiling with the 55 months. Catfish eat walleye eggs. Yep, that's a lot of the carp thing too. They think it eats the salmon eggs. Recreational boaters, yeah. Recreational boaters. The geriatric pontoon line is what I call it. As a bass fisherman, you fish frequently close to shore. But the geriatric pontoon line is a line that runs all the way around the edge of the lake. And every old person with a pontoon boat has to go out and they have to go exactly down this line they've created in their head around the edge of the lake, whether a fisherman's in the way or not. They will cut in between you and the shore to fulfill their perfect lap of the lake before bed every single fucking time, and it drives me insane. I don't even mind the skiers and jet skiers as much as I hate the old people in pontoons with zero respect for distance. They're like, I'm only going 2 miles an hour. It's fine if I drive 2 feet from you. Oh, it slowed way down. My lake is very small and not big enough for speedboats. Like, it really isn't. But unfortunately, they're still allowed on it. It's only 80 acres. And I get so confused when people bring out these big 300 horse speedboats on an 80-acre lake. They can't even get it up to... They can barely get their boats planed by the time they're halfway across the lake just to turn around and go back. Fish today? Not great. Started out okay. I don't think that'll be worth shit. I think it's too small. Do they stay in the middle there? They don't here. Doesn't allow gas motors. Yeah, I wish we had some more rules. I wouldn't want to be gas motorless, but... Crank, you'll know maybe it's 20 months. We got flooded so bad. Most of you that are here regularly know this. We got flooded so bad a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it was crazy, man. Everybody, like, we literally had 2 houses in the water. And people would still bring their speedboats here. And it was because the bigger, better lake, the access was too flooded to get into. And people would still be out there ripping in their speedboats, creating giant wake while waves literally crash against the side of people's homes. Humans be selfish. I just don't get how you, like, as a person that has a boat, can't recognize, like, hey, man, these people are clearly flooded. And my wake is obviously going to be adding to their existing problem. I fish a river all the time that connects to Lake Michigan, so it gets a lot of big boat traffic. So it's got a lot of no wake zones because the big boats make such huge wakes. You know, 50-foot boats and stuff like that. And I always love getting yelled at for being in my with my 50 horse in my 15-foot boat. No wake. Like, dude, I as fast as I can go in my boat won't create the wake that a 50-foot yacht will. Please calm down. Baxi and they for the 48 months. They're just selfish, Lindsay. I don't believe nobody sees it. I think they just don't care. They brought their kids out to the lake and they're going to have a fun time no matter what. Parents are the worst. They are the worst. I took my kid to Slime Fest, Nickelodeon Slime Fest for a concert. And it was literally the worst example of humanity I've ever seen. Like worse than COVID. So we were near the front of the line because we got there really early. And at some point, somebody just started wedging in from another angle and basically created a second line. I'm an asshole, so it wasn't going to stop me, but there was this woman with a stroller in front of me who could not push her. She didn't want to push her children in front of people to stop this second line from cutting in front of her. So I stood there for like 10 minutes before I literally had to go block people. And like, come on, guys, let the woman with the stroller in. We're all here with our children. And then the concert starts, and every single dad just picks their kid up, is holding them in the air and running like a like I've been to fucking Slayer concerts, and the pit at the JoJo Siwa concert was more dangerous, with dads trying to make sure their kid got the best possible view. When if they would have just gotten out of the way and let the kids enjoy the concert, everyone could have saw it. But every dad felt like they had to rush their child to the front with their kids on their shoulders, shoving other kids and parents out of the way. It was disgusting, dude. Miss fishing a lot. Just go. Well, it's winter now. Don't go ice fishing. Ice fishing's lame. Excuse me? I hate ice fishing. It's cold. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to actively be cold? Plus, my boat has a hard time driving around. Yeah, if we had like some full-time shanties and stuff, you guys get little lake villages going in Minnesota. Whole little pop-up towns are created over ice fishing. We don't have that. We get the like tents and stuff, but that ain't nothing. Yeah, everybody in Minnesota ice fishes. A lot of people in Minnesota only ice fish. An old DVW bus, yeah. A lot of the lakes up there you can still drive cars on. I don't think they've outlawed it yet. We outlawed it a long time ago because oil in your lakes. You know, cars aren't exactly notorious for holding in all their fluids. Yeah, we have a limit. I don't. I think it's bigger than that. I think it's 16 here. 18 maybe. 15. 5 at 15 inches. It varies based on lakes. Yeah, I think I think Bad Juju was complaining about that. You guys can take them smaller out of Erie than we can. You Canadians. But yeah, they vary based on lakes too. DNR is pretty good about it. They make exceptions when they know populations are getting strong or weak or overpopulated. I heard Minnesota's got some lakes now that the pike size limit's down to like nothing. I'm with you, Cranky Old Gnome. I'm gonna hibernate playing virtual fishing until I can go real fishing again. It's too slow. How many Russian sturgeons is? Oh, I guess that's not a new one. It's not that many, eh? Sturgeon fishing is something I'd also do. I'd be playing another game at the same time while I'm doing it. Thought I heard one of these bells jingle. I did. It's got a little weight to it. Or I'm just really tired. I'm just tired. I don't mind chilly, but frigid, like, yeah. Below freezing is horrible. My hands and stuff just don't do it anymore, man. Hurts so bad. People always buy me shitty fishing stuff for Christmas, and it's kind of frustrating. Because, like, I feel bad throwing it away, but I'll also never use it. Only my uncle ever bought me good fishing gear. I mean, well, yeah. I don't know. The older I get, the more I hate Christmas for myself. Just please don't buy me anything. I'd rather you all have money. Or like, you know, I don't want to ask for cash because it seems shitty, but and then it becomes pointless if you're just swapping cash. Like I gave you a 50, so you could give me one. Feels pointless. But so are random trinkets and baubles I'll never use. I'm not a dude who likes clutter. I feel bad for my older brother because he got like immediately pegged as the Nintendo kid, and because nobody knows what to get him, he is just every year is just everyone getting him something Mario. The same Mario? Yeah, it's the same one from the Mario game. Which he doesn't hate it to a degree, but I'm sure he's embraced it pretty well. Sure it gets old getting 6 Mario t-shirts for Christmas. I took my daughter Christmas shopping for my ex-wife. And she's already better than most people at Christmas shopping. She's like, I want to get things for mom she'll actually use. And I was like, great, kid. What are you thinking? She's like, hand warmers. She's always cold. She loves hand warmers. I was like, all right, weird gift, but I'm here for it. Socks. Her feet are always cold. Let's get her socks. I was like, all right, you got it, kid. So her daughter got her socks and hand warmers. My dad gets me wool socks every Christmas. Like, not like it's my only gift, but as a part of my gift every Christmas. And it's an entire drawer of my dresser now dedicated to wool socks. I don't hate them. It's just, I only wear them 6 times a year. I'll never use them at the rate that I get them. It was just dollar store gift. My grandma made us. It was a hard set rule when I was a kid. You had to get 2 presents for everybody. And if you didn't have any money, that meant you spent weeks in the craft room with grandma making 2 gifts for everyone. And our Christmases were usually like 14 to 20 people. So we'd make earrings for the ladies, and what did we usually make for the guys? We were a lot less guys. Oh, I made Grandpa a belt one year. I think dumb things. Coffee mugs. Yeah, a lot of coffee mugs. That was one. Sounds like a nice grandma. Yeah, we had a ton of fun, man. Christmas kind of died after with grandma for our family because it was everyone always went there. And then once grandma died, we didn't really have an excuse to continue to get together. Too slow. I'm leaving. Maybe I'll just move to this angle and try to throw it. I just feel like I'm not confident where my lines are sitting. Yeah, I have two brothers. Neither of them have kids. My little brother probably will end up having kids. So Alice has been the only kid in the family now for like her whole life. My ex-wife's family doesn't have any kids. Well, any kids they can spend time with. One more try. Let's throw a little. This one's got the heavy weight on it, so this one will yeet out there. Except it's still locked. It's a good gift for a sister you only see like 3 times a year. A gift card to Amazon. Unless you know something she likes more than generic Amazon. A gift card it is. I mean, in my opinion, if you don't know, there is no better gift than a gift card. Otherwise, you're going to just make a fool out of yourself trying to assume. Nobody that I know has ever been truly upset with a gift card. They might like act like, wow, it's the best you could come up with, but like no one was truly upset with a gift card. It's a do no evil present. We also had to do Christmas lists until we were far too old for Christmas lists. But to give us all a way, Grandma was big on Christmas, man. A Dollar Tree gift card. Was the company Dollar Tree? Because who the fuck else gives a Dollar Tree gift card? 30 and still have to do a Christmas list for Grandma? I love it, dude. I don't know anything about these things. Like what she wears, yeah. Like you could take a stab in the dark with a jewelry buy, but it's like it's probably less than 50-50 you get it right. Plus, do you really want to put your sister in a position where she's going to feel obligated to wear something she doesn't like just because she's seeing you? Maybe. Possibly. It depends on your relationship with your sister. Yeah? Alright. Well, then buy her some shitty jewelry. There you go. Have you thought about a tortoise? They live like 100+ years. A real burden. Burden in a box is a tortoise. I love the tortoise trap. It's a great trap. It's a great trap, Blacker. Tons of tortoises get abused and abandoned or killed. They're bred as pets. I'm not telling him to buy some exotic, endangered tortoise. Yeah, welcome to pets, exactly. Except it's a pet you could also make soup out of and no one would judge you for it. So, like, it's a little different than a dog. You judge me a hell of a lot more. You judge me a hell of a lot more if I was making dog soup. I'm just saying. Having a little Yorkshire soup. Does tortoise taste different than turtle? Yeah, definitely. I don't know that tortoise would even make a good soup, but I assume it's still edible. But it definitely tastes different than turtle. Turtle tastes like water, the water it lives in. It's got a very much like a fish or a frog. And I can't imagine tortoises taste the same, seeing as they don't spend the majority of their life in the water. Yeah, they're easy to find and eat, Lacquer. Any animal that was super easy to eat. I mean, like ground birds. Got fucked by by hungry humans. I can't believe I'd eat these. Chicken turtles. I love that. Yeah, I'd guess a ground turtle tastes more. A tortoise, a ground turtle, a tortoise tastes more like a regular meat than a turtle would. That, and we also weren't breeding them as pets. Like, are there any turtles that are like actually? And this isn't like I'm joking about giving away a turtle. Don't give away any pet that's going to be abused, but it's funny. Um, uh, but are there any turtles that are difficult to breed? Out of curiosity, because I feel like turtles seem like a pretty easy population to or to control. Yeah. Besides sea turtles, are sea turtles even that difficult in captivity? I don't know. They're gigantic. Our zoo had the giant tortoises make babies outside of zoos or the ultra wealthy. Good point. I've never seen a sea turtle in a zoo. All the big ass aquarium fish I've seen in zoos, sharks, and I went to SeaWorld back before it was dead. Whales and shit. Never seen a sea turtle. One or two eggs, 1 or 2 times per year, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like the kiwi and stuff, right? That dumbass bird only lays 1 egg a year, and then it's a ground bird. So, like, people were just, hey, look, I'm going to eat this dumb ground bird and its giant dumb egg. Oops, it only laid 1 egg a year. Now they're almost dead. The Baltimore Aquarium has a 3-legged one. Really? Cool. How big are they? What's a full-size sea turtle weigh? I'm sure there's like 7,000 species of sea turtle or something, but picked up a lot switching to this side. Maybe just the change of day, that time of day though. Yeah, I'd assume turtles are a lot easier. Yeah, the issue is the like migratory ones, like sea turtles, right, Lager? Ones that changed or seasonal, maybe even. Yeah, that's how the kiwi lived, right? There was nothing to eat. It's one egg per year. It didn't need more. Very seasonal, yeah. Like fish. A 500-pound one. Wish that was a 500-pound Xander. Xanders are heavy fish? Like, for their weights, that doesn't make any sense. They're strong, I guess, but they don't pull. They just sit there. They just somehow, they play dead. They go limp. Where is the like classic ground tortoise from, Lacquer? Like the ones you see in a zoo all the time. Oh, fish got away. Didn't notice. Sulcatas? Is that what they're? Yeah. That's like a classic zoo tortoise. What's the biggest North American tortoise? Now I want to know turtle and tortoise. We only have two. And they're both about the same. Not very big, right? Nah, I'm saying for the 85 months. I've seen you playing a lot of Storybook. A lot of photos on, yeah. What's the biggest turtle? One of the snappers. What's the biggest soft shell? Well, what is the soft shell turtle called from America? Yeah, that's not America. 71 pounds in a Florida soft shell. It was actually North American, like that we see. I've seen some soft shells, man, way bigger than snappers. Biggest turtles I've seen in Michigan are soft shells. Like by sheer size, snappers probably way more, but by sheer size, um, soft shells. And they're way more aggressive than our snappers. I hear the alligator snappers are, but those are getting hard. They're pretty endangered or something too, aren't they? Weren't they pretty murdered? Are they less aggressive, really? Okay. Yeah, our snappers are on the move. We get like as they get the bigger they get, the less they move. Obviously. Oh, really? It depends on the state. I didn't realize we had them all over. I thought they were just like a deep south thing. I talked to you about that big giant snapper I found this year, lacquer, with its shell cracked. That I had to I mercied because I didn't think it was gonna survive. Yeah. Okay. Big shell crack though. There's no recovery, right? For future reference. He's just gonna end up getting fucking picked apart by birds, half dead. Pretty sure he got ran over by a cement truck. Not just like a regular car, but like a full-on cement truck. Oh, you're right, I did. I texted a picture of my brother who sent it to his friend who has a little nature preserve. That's who I asked. Poor thing. Yeah, I know. I was trying to teach my daughter about like safely moving a turtle out of the road to save it from traffic. And then I get up to it and it's fucking cracked. And I'm like, well, that sucks. And it was big. Like, big. Like, I didn't want to move it, but I felt like I had to because it was such a big old turtle. Our snappers aren't that aggressive. They don't try to bite me that often. I pick them up all the time. Unless you, like, put your finger in front of it. But I pick up snappers by the ass all the time. They can get you. Yeah, by the ass. Both hands. The way my mom taught me was both hands inside the back legs. Like one hand on either side of its tail. And snapping cars driving by. I mean, it probably killed his father. He was out there yelling. I have seen snappers with heads as big around as this 1 liter. You definitely could get a few fingers, not just one. I took pictures of that one that was living under my fucking dock. That thing had a head like that. My dock is 3 feet, and it was, you could just see its head and you could just see its tail on either end of the dock. It was a big snapper. Probably the biggest one I've seen in this lake. I don't think we have alligators up here, but I might be wrong. 250 pounds. Yeah, I don't know what the weight would be because you get, like, I just don't know the weight of shell and stuff like that. Too hard for me to judge. They are in Michigan, okay. Some of ours might, some of the ones I've seen then might be too. Because there's like some that really get mossy, don't look like they move at all. Do people still make turtle stew? Yeah, it's not super common. But there are still people. I had some people ask about setting up traps here for snappers. We have rules on it. You can only take a couple a day. But like, if you go out on my lake, there's hundreds, man. You'll see hundreds a day. Not fishermen, but snappers. I don't think we have a snapper problem here. I think the turtle we have an issue with here is box turtles. And it's because they're dumb. Like, in the sense that they just go in their little box. And then everyone wants to pick them up. Cars run them over. Catfish? Yeah, small cat. They're really cool looking, though. And then we have a ton of painters or painteds. I think those are the three that the three I see regularly. Snapper, painters, and soft shells. They didn't evolve to defeat cars. It's true. Or people, just like the amount of people that took them home as a pet, dude. Like they were when I was a kid, we found a lot of them, and even I'll admit, even myself, I brought at least one or two home as a kid, because they just like they were safe to pick up. You could like put them in your pocket like a ball. They'd just stay in their box. I'm safe in here. I guarantee you, there's at least one box turtle out there that just fucking lived and died in a kid's pocket. He forgot it was in there. Died in the wash, yeah. Dude, the worst one I had was I tried to carry a small fucking soft shell in my shirt. You know how you like turn your shirt into a little carrying container? And that soft shell fucking just bit my belly fat. Oh, I was swinging around like a belly dancer trying to get that thing to let go. The truffle shuffle. Get off me. Like biting your belly with a chip clip. But the soft shells are the ones I have the problem with fishing, because they'll actually attack a lure. They'll chase after it. I'll be on a 35 retrieval speed and those fuckers will chase it down. I was trying to make it so the gamers knew. That's basically exactly what Hardcore had, Raptor. Just slammed them for a while and they were gone. I didn't sabotage Ned intentionally, but Ned Ned caught like 2 wild carp, wham bam, and they were decent ones. And so, you know, I did what I do when Ned's online. I was like, way to go, Ned. Killing it. And he's like, you know it. And I was like, wait, what? You're not allowed to just start talking. He had no answer, though, for why he'd been ignoring me the whole time. But I told him, I put him on this high pedestal of comedic genius. And in reality, he just didn't feel like talking when anyone spoke to him for days and days and days. Foolish, I think, for the 17 months. I asked him specifically if he said grats or used a smiley face, and he was unsure. So, we're still not certain on that one. And his favorite Tom Hanks movie is Road to Perdition, in case you were wondering. For those that were here for the conversation where we all tried to guess his favorite Tom Hanks movie. Hardcore didn't even give sub. I was really hoping it was You've Got Mail. Now what do you do with your Prime? Don't do this to me. There you go. I found a spot for your Prime, so you can put it right there. That dead channel. Don't worry, the paycheck still gets to me. Slow it down again. Come on, fish. Do I still have subs there? Yep. There's a few guys. Like Brian. Maybe just Brian. Want that fish emote. Gotta have it. Exclusivity. I think I'm still sub there, so... Am I still sub there? Did I cancel my own sub to myself? I did. I also wear my Nerds version. Is a dead channel? I mean, I'd like to use it again. I just don't know how to. I think at this point, because the big reason to separate the content was trying to keep this channel stats up and for sponsors and stuff, but that's I don't have those opportunities at all anymore. So at this point, if I did it again, I'd probably just do it here. Thank you, Raptors. See a boss mad. That is the old Balls of Steel channel. I don't... Does it still have boss magic? I don't know what would have happened to that emote. I think Cobalt wanted it for his channel, but I don't think it ever got there. Alright, taking what's left of my bleaks and hitting the road. I don't know where I'm going to go fish now. Now I'm sad. My bait fishing hasn't been hot. Started off okay with a few Volgas, but then what's in my inventory? Or messages? Oh. Things I missed. Couple weeks? Is that the prediction though? You found a good Volga Xander spot. Where? Oh, Sura. I forgot they have Volgas there. On the Bleaks? Oh no. Tommy hasn't kept me stocked on Bleaks. I want to buy this dumb thing. I need to save money so bad. Really good orders there. Super useful. Interesting to release a lake around Christmas, though. Since lots of things to buy at Christmas, and we're assuming this new lake's going to have some costs as well. To get into at least a new technique. Yeah, I think everyone's pretty much in agreement it's going to be higher level than Yama. Yeah, that was bad. Oh, it's only 16 bucks to come ruin hardcore spot? Where's it at, hardcore? You've got to give me one good spot. This is the one. Wonder if there's anywhere to catch bleaks here. I'm sure. You're not sure I can reach it? Oh, fuck. Where is it? Is it this hole? It's a. I can reach 485. Throw in bleaks. $97.39. Can't see my coordinates because somebody's playing balloons. 97.39. I don't understand coordinates. No, I do. I do. I know exactly what I'm doing. 97.30. It is that hole. Or towards that hole. Right in front of this grass. You're saying 45 meters. We'll go 46. That's a round weight. That's gonna probably roll. We'll let it. I didn't quite reach it. It's alright. I don't believe things are that specific anyway. That fucker is gone. Quite reach it. I got stuck. I got stuck in the water. It's basically the same thing as getting unsnagged. Spam the buttons. The real question is there anything biting on the old bobber? Is that just rolling? I think it is. Just change that weight over. Is that touching the ground? It's got a hard angle on it. Where is it? Bobber? Oh my god, the reflections, dude. No, I can't tell. Stuck on the bottom of the lake 75% of the time? That's a crazy high amount of time. With what? Paul Rudd. Yeah, it's just a lot of factors there. Are you getting stuck like snagged? So it says snagged. Is it a float? Is it a spinning rod? Is it a bottom fishing? Alright, I'm gonna say a wild one here. Is it just that your weight is so heavy that you're fighting the drag of the reel? Because, like, if you're using small stuff, like I was using a 2 kilo stuff the other day, and the weight was so heavy that I couldn't reel it in off the up the bottom. Did you buy like 80-gram sinkers? Doesn't say snag. Yeah, press R to check for fish, right? And it doesn't say snag. So when you reel down, it's just locked down. You've played with your drag. You can't get it to move. It is just stuck. Gonna break your line. I think it's usually the trying to reel it up a ledge, and it gets stuck on the edge of the ledge. And oh, I have a fish on. But yeah, if it's doing like this, obviously the bar might be higher up, but you're just reeling and nothing's happening. That just means it's too heavy for your setup. If it's actually going all the way red like it's gonna break your line, then it is stuck on something, and it would move. But I've had my feeders get stuck only a couple of times, and usually in like very obvious weedy shit. Never gets to red no matter what you do. And you are familiar with how the drag works. Turning your drag up and down. Or friction brake, as it calls it in this game. Yeah, that's weird. This isn't a Volga Xander. But I'll take it. Shift and mouse wheel, just mouse wheel for friction brake. Shift and mouse wheel also works, but it's just mouse wheel for me. So the higher up the number is there, that's the higher your friction brake is turned up on your reel. Now be careful because that's how you break your shit, but it's also how you get the most strength out of your reel. A 29 is pulling as hard as your reel can pull while still releasing line in an attempt for nothing to break. If you go to locked like this, the infinity symbol, that means you're no longer allowing line to be pulled out of your reel, and that's where you risk breaking shit the most. But if you're set up right, you should be able to turn your drags up at least into the 20s. A Volga Xander. Itty bitty baby one. But the fish hardcore said was here, is here, and in a reasonable amount of time. And it still never went red. That shouldn't be possible on light gear. On light gear it should go red pretty simply. That's the issue with light gear and how it always ends up broken. Video clip for support? No, he said he'd get back on later and check it out. And if it's not what I'm streaming, you can always join my little chat group and ask. The folks in here will help you. They're mostly nice. Yep, or a screenshot of your setup in my Discord or something would also be acceptable. I don't mind helping people, man. It's a little complicated at first, but once you understand how everything works in this game, it gets pretty simple, and all your setups will be very, very similar. I really wish I could get somebody to make me a really good flow chart to explain brake order and strength order, the way things should be laid out. Maybe I'll try to make my own in paint. Doesn't need to be pretty, just needs to get the point across. Because I see a lot of YouTube tips and tutorials that leave you set up without being able to maximize your reel and without explaining why, which bugs the shit out of me. I understand if you want to do it to try to save repair cost or because you're a coward, a baby, but explain that to people when you're giving tutorials on how to make setups. Bugs me more than anything. People have gotten better, I guess, at the game. Because when I first started playing, people were constantly coming in here and telling me that my setups were wrong because I was trying to turn my reel all the way up to 29. Devil thing for the tier 1 sub. But I paid $20,000 for this reel. I'm going to use all 26 kilograms of it, goddammit. Oh, I'm supposed to be float fishing. Forgot about that. I don't think that guy's in the stream, but yeah, make sure you buy the small spinners for Balea. And make sure to fish the mountainside. Do you still agree with that 2-3 inch? You've been out there a while now. The mountainside is still the best, isn't it? Yeah, mountainside. Ooh, nice Volga. Ooh. Corey for some bottom fishing. Night crawlers are fun. Oh, I was too quick. Night crawlers are fun on Corey, I think. You can get char and burbot. You can attempt trolling out there with a little smaller because you can chase in the boat 3-inch, but... Yeah, I have a chat channel in the game. Yep. That's who I'm talking to right now. It's Richard_Hammer, and then the password is Rich Ham, like the emote, so you gotta capitalize the H on ham. Yep, we're in here all the time. I think the 004 kilo is my favorite. Yeah, if you threw three small spinners 3-inch like you were throwing a Balea, you'd catch a lot of Vendays, but you're gonna occasionally get into that hog. You gotta chase around and burn your shit up. Yeah, 3-inch. Yeah, you still there's that chance. You can. Some of my biggest fish in Corey have been whoopsie spinner fish. Not whoopsie, more surprise spinner fish. I'm gonna take my bobber for a walk. That's just gonna be rolling because I picked it up. Nope, I lied. Man, I'm curious to see what a fucking really big Xander feels like. Because they're such a weird fighting fish. It's gonna just be a catfish fight. Did you use speed up to 3-inch? You could try telling him. I don't know if you can hear me, but you could try telling him what speed you were using, speed up or not. I usually went like an 18 with a speed up. Sometimes down to like a 16. But I found all up and down that side. I don't know if that worked for you or not. But speed up worked for me. You would have retrieve about 12. Yeah, a lot of guys run it slower than I do. That's painful for me. But as we experimented earlier with science, the speed of your reel is very dependent on the size of your reel too, not just your gear ratio. My share from the sturgeon net? Can't believe they just picked up again for another 30 minutes and died off. Hey there, Mr. Xander. A whole onion? Oof. Yeah, decent Xander. I don't want to wait for life to be over. Fuck it. I'll throw it out there. I can't quite cast what I want to get. Dude, I ate raw onions on Nerds vs. Nature and I hated them. It's the only food I could find, though. Was wild onions. Allowing the lure to drop. I never do that. Interesting. Makes sense, though. The other bigger species like that catch a lot on the drop. Good raspberry bush. Didn't find one. It wasn't the raspberry season, I don't think, either. I don't remember when we were out there, but I feel like it wasn't early summer. Ooh, a Rough Daddy. Sponsored by Anonymous Donor. What do I got for Tommy in trade? What's Tommy need? Butt plug. Never mind. I made a fishing lure and caught some fish. We ate some fish. But I had the trespass to do it, so I had to get special permission to go over there and do it the one day I did it. And the guy wasn't like super thrilled about letting me do it, but he gave me the blessing to go once. But I made a spinner out of like I don't remember where the plastic came from. Something. Plastic. A hair off my head. And some metal clip off my knife. I recorded it all on a camera that didn't work, so that sucked because it was supposed to be extra stuff I was going to have after the fact. I thought ahead with things like that, though, you know. My shoelaces were made of paracord. It does, Tommy. I usually switch to the smelt spot at night. But then you gotta deal with boat tickets. They still bite, but it dies way down until like I'd like wait an hour until after the sun comes up to go back. Smelt's not amazing at night either, but it's better than the bleak. And since it's only a short boat ride away. These idiots never eat the fish. It's always hanging out of their mouth. What is this route? 160 grams, so I could go heavier, right? Yeah. When throwing light ones like that. I'll be back. I'm gonna have 9 million sinker options someday. Is there a cafe order? I don't think I've caught that many. Are you fishing here? I haven't seen you reeling in much. I've caught a lot more regular Xander. 3-piece at 870 grams. Yeah, I only have one. One big ass Paul Rudd. You're out of the bleaks. Catch him. Hasn't been terrible. I don't think I've been here that long. It's not amazing or anything. I hear my bells jingling from here. Are you catching the Xander as much as I am to regular Xander? Might just buy some cheapo pyramids. The other is the frame. Do they have it in a better size? No, the same. Annoying. What size hooks did you find? I've had weird with bait hooks. It just feels, or with bait fish, it just feels like I can't pinpoint a hook size. They all seem to work fine. You're using 4 outs? Yeah. Which is crazy big for Volga. But like I said, IRL, I match my hook to my bait, not my hook to my fish. I don't think that helped me get there. Not quite 45 meters, huh? I gotta be fucking close, though. Just the float fishing was a little better. Well, you're on the bottom now. Ass butt. I'd cook it, personally. That'd be the other side. But I've had very little carp luck there. Tiny fish. Tiny fish. I fucking hate tiny fish. Oh, I'll set this fucker down and go for that one. Oh. Come on. Ah, give a fucking shit piece of... Oh, I forgot to tell you this, 3-inch. You're not there anymore. I used to be pretty successful with bottom rods. Like, I don't know if you even bothered to throw bottom rods out there. But during the day, throwing grasshoppers or cockchafers used to catch a lot of chubs on bottom rods. By the same rocks you're normally fishing. I forgot. That adds a little to the experience. Mostly breams, yeah. I think the chubs will also eat like pearl barley, but not as hot. And I like it hot. Hot, hot, hot. Yeah, breams are safe. Safe fish to target. Good for bait cutting, too. Because they have a size bracket there, like 500 to 650 that's cuttable. What are ya? What are ya? It's a Xander. You know what it is, Richard. I wonder if a big Volga Xander feels like a regular Xander or has its own feel. It's a regular dumb Xander. 2 points. It looks so weird with only 2 numbers. Dead guy, thank you for the 68 months. I just really hate birds. The bream at night on Belay are good too, but they're only at night. And unlikely you have good wait, bream? I said bream. I meant burbot. The burbot. But it's unlikely a burbot bait in Belaya. Yeah, I got fish pieces. Anyone wants them? Gladly give them away. Not night crawlers, but fish pieces I got plenty to give. It's not like it's a bait that flies off the hook. You get a pretty slow bite rate with it. Alright, that's too slow. So we try the old ultralight. Get spooled by a wild carp. Oh, I have my lock on. Another newbie? I love the newbies. Welcome. One of us. Is that a Paul? It is, a little Paul. You're not getting stuck now? Good. May have just been a weird spot. They want the baits and lures and stuff to interact with the bottom, but at the same time things get hung up on ledges and edges and stuff like that. If you missed my stream the other day of me getting a fish stuck on top of a rock. They don't have the best sliding physics in this. Things don't tend to slide off shit or over shit, around shit like it would IRL. Just fucking face plant and stick. Nice char. Chars like have such a huge variance in their price, man. And they flag so small. They're like the opposite of Xander. They flag so tiny. These things just don't jingle the bells. Hopefully this is a Volga and not a tiny Xander. It's a tiny Xander. Ah, the old Zua trophy. I said that for like 5 days. And then I just ended up catching 5 trophy perch in a row. There went all my days of no trophies. Made a whopping $80. I wonder why Xander flags so high. Like, who the fuck's throwing back a delicious Xander? Maybe it's legal limit in Russia. Little Volga. How many one more? This is the second one more. I'm counting, don't worry. Get up there. Yeah, I think that casts further than my carp rods. Yeah, Balea definitely will have, I think, a little more downtime than Olberg, but I think the fish are more valuable and far less damaging to your gear. With Balea, you could about skip the 4.5 kilo reels. Stupid tiny perch. Waste all that time to land you. At least he's in the squish zone. You're not much bigger. I'm shift reeling. Come on in. Please wait, chat. Last chance at glory. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's out there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be painful to reel in. Is this more chances at glory? I just need to beat hardcore to a trophy Volgazander. Pretty sure I saw him say SJ doesn't have one yet. Maybe they want a rough daddy. Are there roughs out here before I waste time with that in the water? Yep. I saw it on the scroll by. Scroll buttons. What? I think it's snagging up. Oh, Tommy. Chat wonders why I like you so much more than them. God, time goes so much faster during the day. I'm already running out of sweet fishing time. Bribing is illegal? Not here. This is America. We do what we want. It does make telescopic kind of fun, doesn't it, Tommy? Except the fact that you can't type. The inability to do literally anything else is the only problem with it. Like you can't even like respond to a text message. You missed 2 fish. And it's probably the 2 trophies. The worst part is you can see them as well. So you get to see the hogs you miss. At least when I was fishing there, I fished so close to the dock that I could visually identify which ones were the good ones and which ones were the bad ones. Which helps for deciding which rod to focus on sometimes too. Smelter a little better money, but it's slower. I used 700 flies there in 2 days between those two spots. Or maybe 3 days. But either way, 700 flies. The caddisflies did okay for the... Oh, I also used 100 caddisflies too, but the caddisflies did okay for the smell, but you get more gibbles. Yeah, I know, it's a good one. I only have one at 874 plus though. Oh, a little asp. There's aspies out here too? Surprised they're not eating them up. If we cast short, they probably would be. What other fish are out here? Does Thurlet never eat fish? No, I have not, Lemon. Not since then. Sora's just not the biggest for most things, huh? Leeches for Xander, eh? Oh, a leech cockchafer combo. That kind of proves that the sandwich baits can hit multiple species by doing that too, eh? Because Xander definitely don't eat algae. Kind of afraid of a nature worm. They can catch too many big things. What's my stick say under my hand there? I caught one that was decent, but yeah, I've moved on now. Left that life, found a new life. Well, that bobber was under. I didn't see it. It literally went under when it went behind the pole. I'm so upset. Sucks that when you touch your rod, the box disappears too, so you can't see it. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. I'd be happy to catch little tiny crabfish here, just to make my life more entertaining. All I want for Christmas is an ultralight telestick, the big one. How much are those hardcore? They're a lot, aren't they? $7 grand? She's $9 grand. Okay, yeah. I guess that's right there with what I spent on my spinning ultralight. The middle of the road one at $1,000. I guess it's 4 kilo probably can catch quite a bit more, huh? Doesn't seem like it's enough to be worth it. Are you going underwater? I think so. Okay. I don't know what you were doing down there. Did you try like Bleaks right here, hardcore, or did you not? No, you didn't? Oh, I assumed you just did. I'll do it for us. Teamwork. That's awful shallow. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, now I forgot what depth I was at. Thanks. Do you have like a go-to depth, hardcore, for telefishing? I mean, obviously, you attempt to match it a little, but I assume you attempt to match it a little to the water. But do you like find bottom first and come up from there? Near bottom or near surface? Never mid-depth, eh? Is that a fish or is it dragging bottom? I think it's dragging bottom. Arga? They try 1, 2, 3, 4 meter, yeah. 1 meter was doing really well for me off the dock yesterday at the river, but I didn't check to find out if that was close to the bottom or not. I may have just got lucky. Yep, killing foxes with a bow always sucks. Oh, wrong region. Classic didn't read the instructions, child. This is why your teacher made you sign your name as part of the instructions. God, that line is way out there when it's done reeling. 50 fucking gram. World's smallest Volga Xander. Man, you'd sure think there'd be all kinds of dumb little fish here biting. Yeah, the new DLC looks interesting. Like I said, the problem with Hunter is they just killed all the progression, man. Let's give the guns for free. How did I not catch that fish? Shut up, horse. You too, horse. Not horse. It kind of sounded like I said horse. Not gonna lie. I said horse, though. I promise. My brain said horse. My mouth may have said otherwise. What the hell does that mean, Inspector Bacon? CTD'd? Control? Taco Delta? Crash to desktop? Y'all got too much lingo for me. Wow. Fuck you. I'm perfect age for me to be. Just eat them hardcore. Give him a chomp. Little fish and snacks. With a hair like that? Oh, yeah, it's done its thing. Ooh. Fancy. Are you trying to... There's a typo there. You're cooking trout blue today. Do you mean blue as in the temperature? Like here in the States? You say blue if something's like not actually cooked? The Volgazander also ate a rough, but it was slow. Yeah. Yeah. I think turning a little right has helped me. I may have been turned a little too left. Motherfucker, I did that thing again where I didn't put my fucking batteries all the way in the damn charger. It's so weird. I've been using this charger for like a year and a half without doing that, and I've done it like 3 times this week. Hey, bro. Shame. Some Xander and Volga Xander. Nothing great. Just fucking around, basically. Hardcore was fishing here, so I wanted to come kill his spot again, but it didn't work out. Instead, I just caught mediocre fish. The spot never works when it's a good one. Yay. Just blame PVA? No. I went to his sturgeon spot yesterday. After he had caught 31, and then neither of us caught another one for the next hour. The Raptors had the same effect today. Caught 30 in like an hour, and then they died. They were gone. How much rod length weight matters for energy expenditure? I think reel is bigger than rod, but I'm not sure. It definitely matters a ton. Like, if you've seen how fast my energy dies on this Tagara, I thought it was the big reel, though. But you might be right. Maybe it's the rod. Let's compare. 422 grams. I make all those sound effects when I'm actually fishing too, don't worry. 446 grams. Yeah, it's definitely not just the rod. Let's call the top spots on my gray chart. Yeah, I never got any good ones. Did you get a good one? They're still there. It's just slow now. Without all the other fish, it's just slow fishing now. I did find a spot for red char there too, though. If you cast back into that deep corner towards the mountain, it's pretty consistent red char, but same deal, just small. But yeah, I caught like 5 red char in there this morning out of like 7 fish. You get some lake trout too, but lake trout slightly better than perch, maybe. Maybe. Did you beat the fish I was actually after, Brop? The perch? Because if you did, you would have got a blue tag. How can you be that poor, being? $1,598. I got basically the same thing, but on the blue tag end of things. I got a 2,596. Or no, 2,696. Because the blue tag's at 2,7, I think. I'm surprised I haven't got a sturgeon. Ain't nothing but a bleak machine. Dude, the bleak spot on Ladoga's bonkers. Hardcore was telling people to fish it different than I've been fishing it. Which way are you fishing, Tommy? Front of the cafe towards the deep water, or to the right towards the boat dock? It wasn't a record or anything, was it, bro? It wasn't number one or anything, was it? Only, I don't give a shit about any record unless it's global. So many bleaks can't type. Yeah, the records are irrelevant to me if they're not global. In front of the door. That's irrelevant information. That's not at all what I asked you. Towards the dock. Yeah. That's the way I like. I didn't try the open water, but towards the dock is bonkers fast. The other way I thought maybe less frogs. I do get 1 in 10s of frog. And the problem with the frogs is they're so fast. They really put the stress on. Yeah, I like that the USA records are all ours. I just don't care if they get beaten. I'm not gonna... I'd be mad if somebody stole my global. Oh, that's a good one, bro. Yeah, it's just Russian fishing, not Russian throw dynamite in water. Boy, this fish is coming in slow. I didn't realize this was my Tagara. I'm a little more hopeful that this is something that matters. My energy's dead too, though. I want to see it. I caught another Baltic today, but it was small. There, Brop, and a bunch of decent char. Far was working better again today for the regular char. I wasn't clipping or anything. I was just yeeting as far as I can, and I think I can cast just about 40 meters. No, I had lighter weights on. It's probably more like, probably close to what you're saying, like 38. Yeah, I was catching plenty shallow, or closer, but the size of them was much better far. And I was there for quite a while today. Tommy sent me a bunch of smelt last night, so I had to use them. What is that? Is that not a Xander? Is that a tiny sturgeon? It is a tiny sturgeon. Bitch. It's probably too small to flag. Oh yeah. Excuse me, fish. Oh no, it did flag. Itty bitty. Just be faster, I just walk down the shore to it. Aw. Oh, you're a pike. Hey, pal. After all those Xander, a pike and a sturgeon. Mix things up a bit. What do I got for Tommy? Butt plugs galore, friendo. I'll fill all your asses. that bail open? That was dangerous. Yes, Lemon John, exactly. Each fish has like a base level silver and experience value. And then the bigger of that, bigger specimen of that species, the more experience and silver they're worth. And it is usually based on the rarity of the species. But yeah, like that sturgeon can be worth 500,000 experience. I don't know how much that one was worth, but that exact species of sturgeon can be worth over 500,000 experience. Yeah. Yeah, hardcore got one yesterday worth 500,000. Let's see what it's worth silver-wise, too, for a comparison. 40's like a soft cap, where you have to, like, push through a terrible experienced hump to get another level, but no. I don't know what the actual cap is, if there is one. I think there's a guy, someone said there's a guy at 55. I don't know. Still only one of those. Not a lot of time left on that either. Not a little bit. They reworked Corey, and there's a new map coming in a week or two. So yeah, this one's worth 20. That's worth more than I thought. This one's worth 23 bucks, and was worth whatever it was experience-wise. I think I can check. No, can you not see the experience? And the one that hardcore caught was worth over 1,000 silver, and 500,000 experience. And that wasn't as big as they get. There's a rare trophy option too that would probably again like double or triple those numbers. Set tournaments too, okay. $6,800, yeah. So significant bonus. But sturgeon are like extreme example too, because they're like the end game fish. The big boys. Please be 1 kilogram. You're not. You're 600 grams. God, I'm so good. Except when I'm wrong. You're smaller, aren't you? That fucker just banged to the ground. Yep, 500 grams. That's a Xander, I think, though. Might be a nice one. Might be a catfish. Might be a log. Did you catch a roach at the bleak spot? Don't answer. You got poles in the water. Might have just been dragging it up the ground. Only God knows what it is. And the Russian fishing forward devs, which are basically God. Why? Probably missed 2 fish. Type in that why. I think the bleak would work on this Taman there, and the chub for sure, the Xander. There's plenty of fish the bleak would work on there, Sinister. I don't know about sterlets though. I asked earlier if sterlets eat fish. If anyone's ever caught one on a bait fish they're using for sturgeon. I always caught my sterlets on night crawlers. Little Volga, another 500-600 grammer. Yeah. Sterlet number 5 USA is on a bleak. Is it? Where at? It's nighttime. You can talk. Yeah, I kind of like the early morning. Because it's like you get a few fish, so it's still you're still fishing. But you can type. A bleak on Suba. Oh, really? There you go. So yeah, bleaks on Balea. Could get you some sterlets. I'd assume Taman too. I caught a grayling on a smelt today. So I've caught on smelt, which I think smelt are just bleak, but in Ladoga. But I caught Xander, sturgeon, perch, pike, eel, burbot, catfish, lake trouts, Atlantic salmon, grayling, vendace, whitefish. I think I'm at 7. That can't be right. I don't want to start over. Perch, pike, eel, sturgeon, Xander, trout, salmon, vendace, red char, gray char, char. Forgot all those last time. Sure I missed some. No. Now I'm just all fucked up. Whitefish. It's like 15 species. Yeah, but every lake trout you see is on spoons and shit. Every grayling you see is on spoons and shit. I got an 800 kilo grayling, or 800 gram grayling on a 120 gram vendace. A 1 kilo whitefish all on smelt. So, I don't know. I think it's definitely doable. I just don't think they're being fished that heavily in spots that aren't the sturgeon hole. I did not catch an ide there on one, but I did catch a chub. You're correct. I did catch ides at Donuts on Bleak. Yeah, that's the one to chase on Malaya. And it's just like the records for Gray Char, right? Weekly Gray Char. It's all me and Brop, probably. Maybe hardcore in there. For US. Sorry, I wanted to start US. Char, hardcore, has the top 3 on fish, including a roach. This is the normal bait, right? Gray Char. It's all me and Brop. This isn't the most unusual bait, but it's all me and Brop. Smelt and a nasty worm. Hey, that's us too. Somebody got a 3.5 kilo. 5-layer Perito got a 3.5 kilo grayling on Balea. Wow. That's us too. And then Red Char. Me and Brop. Right? But if you go to all regions instead of US, you're gonna not even see that we exist. Oh, there's one guy who's taken our method to the top. But last week didn't exist. Again, one guy didn't exist last week. That was how I got one up there last week. It was rough. Red Char, not a single one. And absolutes will be the same thing. There won't exist, right? Where was I throwing? The deep. So off the tip of the island towards the deep water. The deep hole by the wall. I was giving it the full Yeetus with some heavy weights on there. It's getting out at like 40 meters. But I think if I could have cast further, I would have better luck. For bottom fishing, Oldberg over Balea. For sure. I got like 5 out of 7 fish out of that spot were red char for me today, bro. 2 lake trouts, 5 red char. None of them were great, but it was consistent red char. So. Do with that information what you wish. I always just think of the maps as like north-south to the way that I approach them and never like actually know which direction is north or south on a map. So I'm really bad at giving any directions besides using like land masses. Lackert measured in that deep hole is, I don't think you're quite making it to in the deep water there. We have a compass? Yeah, but I don't use the compass. I have no need to ever look at it unless somebody tells me go north, right? But like, yeah, I would have never guessed this is north on Sura. Because I've never even been up here. It's just 2-meter depth all the way to the top, huh? Boring. So yeah, I just kind of always make my own compass based on what's used. I would have called this north. Complete opposite. Yeah, but it's because someone else is giving you, like, specifics, right? If you're trying to give out details, right? Like, I'm casting, east, southeast. I was casting more east. Or would that be south southeast? That would be south southeast, right? Yeah. I think. I don't remember. I haven't been a Boy Scout in longer than I was a Boy Scout. I also don't really look up places to fish. The only time I like take advice on fishing spots is from chat. I know most of you are looking them up, but this way I don't get my hands dirty, you know? I'm not the murderer. You are. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my daughter's schedule right now. Can't risk swapping my schedule when she's here or I'll end up missing picking her up from the bus. The stupid bus drops her off down the road. And it's like around that curve and further than I want her to walk. So it doesn't help that Dad has a bad habit of sleeping through things, you know. Even though I haven't done it in years, that legacy lives on through her mother. No real hogs today. A couple of small sturgeon, but no real hogs. Bump, 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 bump. Shouldn't you be at work? Isn't this working hours? 9 to 5 hours? Tuesday the 14th work for you. Who plans a week in advance? Your day offs every Friday and Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to go out shopping at all. Is there anybody I really need to buy something for? I did all of Alice's online. Big Rippus. What was that on, bro? Was that on a smelt? Tell me it was. New species on the smelt list. Yeah. Check your Palm Pilot. God, I forgot about those. My brother had one. As if he ever had a schedule that needed a Palm Pilot. Jimmy, sorry. In the red charhole. Interesting. That's a big one, isn't it? That's not quite trophy though, right? Gotta have flannel. I never wear any flannel anymore. Doesn't have a hood on it. Can't be comfy without a hood. Gotta hide my hair. The whole back of my head's wild and crazy right now. but it's hidden under the hood. All I gotta do is like this. Perfect. Solved. Good enough. Flannel with a light jacket. It's cold outside. No way. I've gone to winter parka finally. I hated the look of them forever, but I've accepted winter parka into my life. Yeah, like fall fashion isn't really a thing here. You get like a week of fall fashion if you're lucky. You have to keep it out though, because you're gonna get a week in October, a week in November, a week in December, maybe even like a couple of days in January. But never like a consistent, this makes sense. Yeah, I know it's gonna hit 50s, which is good because I did not get my winter prep work done. 57, they're saying for next Wednesday. It's 55 and snow on Saturday, my favorite. A whitefish? Yeah, I've caught those on smelt. That's interesting. Yeah, that's very different. Maybe you're getting actually into the deep hole there, bro. You might be able to throw a little further than me. Yeah, I was just yeeting with like a 70-gram weight or something. But very aimed at that wall. Like the, yeah, you know what I mean. You get it now. Well, 10 degrees. I don't look forward to that. The pipe's freezing, specifically. I got all excited. I was like, oh my god, there's only like 3 months till fishing starts again. And I was like, that's like, yeah, that's winter. That's the entirety of winter. I have one bathroom that the fucking pipes are a nightmare in, and I don't have a solution for it. Because I don't know exactly where it's freezing. It's just worrisome, you know? That's all. You're just always worried you're gonna come home to the sound of running water in a flooded house. Heat tape? Yeah, but the problem is I just don't know where it's freezing, Par. And I only have this much of it exposed under the sink, and the rest of it's fucking buried. So I could try heat taping that and hoping that's the problem. But I think it's actually freezing below. Because my house is built into a hill, there's like, you know, a part there that's above the frost barrier. I think it's freezing in that wall there. In the block there. Or against the block there. Yeah. Dumb place for a bathroom. Not above or below the frost line. So I just run a fucking space heater under the sink all winter. Which that also worries me that someday I'm going to come home to a burnt down house. But that's a cooler thing than a flooded house. Cisterns. Is that like septic? What's the, no, cistern. I know this word. It's a container, right? Yeah, storing water. Is that what you call your well? It's basin outdoors. You have actual tank storage, huh? Water tank storage? Interesting. You had a well to a cistern to the house. Huh. Yeah, we have a well with a pump. That's it. There's a bladder tank, but that's air, right? That's air pressure. I'm not a plumber. Plumbing's my least favorite job. I don't think I've ever successfully plumbed laid pipe. You know what I mean? Never successfully. Like, I've tried. I've given it my best effort. But nobody was ever satisfied with my work. When the well is dry, we do not go to water. Your well goes dry, huh? Where do you live? Got him, Kake. Hand dug well. Wow. From the 60s. Interesting. Never heard of anything like this. Yeah, we have I'm in Michigan, so it's wet, you know? We got water everywhere. You could stick a fucking McDonald's straw in the ground and probably hit water. But anyway, plumbing, yeah, sucks. Hate it. Always leaks. Always. I've never done it. Always had, well, I've gotten it done, but I've always had to go back and retighten it at least once or twice. Mmm. That looks tasty. Known for its conservative approach. They say steam engines are still used at the company's factories. Yeah, I was really trying to set it up. I was lobbing that one out there. Why do I only have 2 rods in the water? The fuck? Fine. Don't give me any fish. Oh. Yeah, the Xanders are weird like that too, Sinister. They just they don't pull, but they just hold the line. They stop you from reeling them in. Even at small sizes. My HSV like drags on a 4 kilo Xander. I want to see a big one. I want like an 8 kilo. Chub do that? Do they? I only ever really fought chub when they were way oversized for my gear. I don't think I've... how big did chub even get? $6.9 kilos? Way bigger than my chub. You can do it again, Kake. Go ahead. Oh, I do have a trophy chub. Who knew? Thick. What a goofy looking fish. Are their fins that red? Are they called creek chub? Wait, we have creek chub. Chub. Fish. They are that red. They look like an aquarium fish. There's a humpback chub. He looks even derpier. European chub. What's a creek chub? They're minnows. It only gets 6 to 10 inches. That's more like it. Where at, Boneless? Like, not where specifically, but region of the world. Social security number. What's wrong with these fish? They've abandoned me. Maine, oh. Are they little? 6 to 10 inches? Are they creek chub? Oh, are the Russian sturgeon back? I have exactly one rhino larva I could go throw. Because 6 kilos is fucking huge. Great catfish bait? Yeah, I don't know that I've seen them. I also don't fuck around in creeks, though. Not gonna find no chubs. Never in the creek. I tried fishing the creek in my town once. No success. It also runs through like a million backyards, so people give you weird looks when you're walking down their creek out of the walking out of the woods down their creek. I live on a lake. I can just catch my minnows that way, shiners that way. But I guess the bigger ones, yeah, that'd be nice. We get some big shiners though. We still have some golden shiners, some real nice big golden shiners, which are stellar for pike. My daughter caught like a 10-inch golden shiner last year on a hook and a worm. She was very excited because Dad had never caught one before. That fucker got hit and dropped it. Using a smallish hook there, a 1/0. And I should up those hooks. Oh, there's a hog. Maybe not. Wimpy thing. Crazy Pargok. Nope, it wasn't a hog. It just hit hard. And then gave up, died, had a heart attack. It was old age. The reflections are so ridiculous. I genuinely got confused what I was looking at. Catching a tremor, reeling it up in the grass here. Small sturgeon again? Yeah. Think so. My friction brake just got turned to 29, or to locked. Hey there, pal. Yeah. You're mine. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna throw this weird hook on here. Yeah, look how little that Xander was, and he slowed me down so much. Crazy. Let's swap you out to a 2/0. And we're out of them, so we'll throw a roach. Oh, no, we won't. No, we won't. That didn't go like anywhere. EverQuest was down? Clicking menus for farming gold is so clunky. It's not though, it's so good. It's such an important part of the skill-based game. Last hitting and denying is amazing. The only thing I wish I could play more than fishing is MOBAs. Throw a fucking gibble out there somewhere? Well, yeah, that's RTS attack move, Pargrok. That's just RTS commands. They can't, like, spend that way forever. You move to the location or attack and attack things along the way. It's attack move. It's been a part of RTS since the beginning of time, which is where MOBAs stem from. This is RTS mods. Fuck, even like the Air Billions has that attack move. If there's something in the way, something before you move to that location, it'll kill it, but otherwise, move to location. Don't. So we were talking about the controllers the other day. As much as people bitch about attempts at new controllers, it's not so much the new controllers are bad, it's that training gamers who've been playing for 20 years on dual stick controllers to play something else is going to never happen. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. So the attack moved to the target instead of attacking it. Yeah, it'd definitely be weird if you haven't done it, but it would be the opposite for everyone that's been playing it since the beginning of time, right? Those are the controls. Those are the way things worked and have worked since I was a boy. So. Anyone allergic to bees? Yeah, it's the worst part about League for me. Like, I love top lane champs, but I hate playing top lane because it's so boring without a deny. Far less interactive laning. You gotta visit the hospital. Glad I'm not allergic to things. Yet. Yeah, there were a few things. There's a few things with Dota you can do that with. I never knew that with League. Weirdly allergic to Twinkies. Do you know what in a Twinkie you're allergic to? The cream filling or? I think Twinkies suck too. I'm with you. High five. Like the shittiest snack cake. Yeah, exactly. The deny mechanic to League is more about lane control, right? Than it is about physically denying the creep. Yeah, for the longest time, the debate of which one's like higher skill cap and stuff like that, they both have that incredible high skill cap, right? The pro difference is still insane. Tommy with the resupply. Just another small sturgeon. I want to see it. I'm gonna force it. I won't lose it. I never lose fish. I gotta knock on wood or I'll lose it. It's the rules. Not gonna stop being superstitious now. I wish I had people to play League with. By people, I mean person. Just like that one guy. I should let people submit applications. I guess if I was gonna start playing MOBAs on my own, I'd play Dota, not League. It is a small sturgeon. Sturgeony! That one's a baby. Wow. Oh, they do flag tiny, huh? How do you catch bleak? Shallow? Small hooks, small bait. I have the best hook shallow. I've seen them in mid-depth water. But usually we use flies, and we get like 17-inch leader off our bobber, the shortest one you can, or 17 centimeters, sorry. And then size 20 to 24 hooks. It's lots of things that can catch them, yeah. The nice thing with flies, and the reason I've been so fly heavy on both smelt and bleaks, is there's very few species that eat them otherwise. Something like pearl barley gets eaten by everything. A grayling ate your fly? At the dock there, Tommy? Makes sense that a grayling does. Yeah, they're hard to find until later levels. Rotom. Even flagged? Nice. Huh. That's hooked. I would, in my opinion, that's hooked upside down. Unless the bleak's upside down. Unless the bleak can rotate on the hook. Because graphics. I'm watching my bait swim. Leave me alone. I might try throwing that one with my... Hey there, Asp. Who would I main in Dota 2? I have no idea. I haven't played in forever. I haven't played in forever. Oops. No. I don't know that I ever played ranked Dota. I have to have. Most of my Dota play, though, is with someone who's, like, much higher MMR than me. So it's just playing fucking support and getting shit on. It wouldn't be Riki. Unless he's, not support. I wouldn't play support. I'm not a good support. He just told you what to do. That's pretty much what playing with Draskell is like. But Draskell didn't like to tell you what to do as much as he liked to tell you what you did wrong. Which was nice of him. Make sure you know what you did wrong. There must have been some point in Han that I didn't play, because that's incredibly low rank, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not. I don't remember. No, you're right. That is high. It was 1600, 1700 was like decent, yeah. Yeah, you're right. They brought it back for a minute, but I don't know if it's still going. Are you talking about EverQuest when you say EQ? I didn't know anybody still did anything with EverQuest except like go back for nostalgia. I don't think EverQuest has the popularity for a MOBA. Maybe they could get some nostalgia trip old folks like us, the ones who don't really MOBA anymore. EverQuest is free to play now? No, this can't be it. This must be something else. As of September 2020, EverQuest had 82,000 players. Yeah, it's gotten quite small. They're not making shitloads of money. They only have 66,000 subscribers as of 2020. Fucking Baru has that many subscribers. I'm just saying, from a MMO standpoint, EverQuest, I don't use this term very often. It's quite dead. A second one. I need one more, baby. Considering their subscriber peak was over 500,000. What is EverQuest free to play? Steam charts. Oh, is this actually EverQuest through Steam for free? Only 200 players on Steam. Peaked at 460. It's not WoW money. I mean, it's not Sony money. It's not. It's not great game money anymore. No, 400 people use Steam. Like, this game probably has close to the same number of active accounts as EverQuest. And that's saying something, bro. I'm not trying to bash your game. EverQuest it up. I loved EverQuest for a decade. No, not that long. That's a lie. Felt like a decade when I was 8. For like 3 years. It's amazing they never got a sequel to take off. EverQuest 2 flopped pretty hard, comparatively. ZQ2 is still online. Oh, they went to a new game, right? Pantheon? Wasn't that them? No? Nobody knows who Brad is, Pargrock. You're gonna have to talk to us as if we're not dudes still playing EverQuest. One of the people from EverQuest, Mr. Brad. The real question is, are people still standing in North Freeport begging for free gear? Because, like, that was all I ever did. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't thought about that in a long time, but EverQuest was one of the first games where it, like... Oh, no, I guess WoW had it. No, so yeah, EverQuest, most of my gear through leveling was purchased. It wasn't found in dungeon stuff. I didn't find it. I guess WoW had twin gear and stuff, but it wasn't something you used to level. But leveling wasn't a challenge in WoW. And then what was it called? The Bazaar came out. And then after that, I just spent the rest of my life playing the Bazaar like it was a stock market. Do they still have all of the game available? Is the whole game there? Because I feel like there's got to just be a million dead zones. The tiniest sturgeon ever! Look at it! I caught one smaller than you, actually. I'm going to cut you up and turn you into bait. I'm going to try... Sturgeon Supreme. You know it's good. It's got Supreme in the name. Excuse me. This rhino beetle larva. What could go wrong? I got one. Might as well use it. "27 expansions. Ah, yes. I think I started on their second expansion? Or third? I started on Kunark, yes. Or... yeah, I started on Kunark. 27 expansions is really impressive. And I would love to take a walk down memory lane just to see the graphics change more than anything. There's got to be like a very funny... I mean, that game's fucking old, dude. You're talking 98 or something like that. When did EverQuest release? 1999. I started playing in 2000, so I was 12 years old. It was very hard for a 12-year-old. Didn't help I had friends who could not commit to a character. They wanted to play every class to level 12 when the game started to get difficult, and then they'd want to change. Oh, you're saying it hasn't really updated graphically. They haven't had them, because even WoW has that already. They had to go back and redo the whole old world, right? That was part of the, like, destroying the old world was so that they had an excuse to redo it. I'm going to look at an image of Ruins of Kunark. I built a better dock than that in Valheim. I bought it in the box, dude. With the map and everything. Yeah, there's the map. I used the map to figure out where I was sometimes. But is their dock constantly underwater? No, it's constantly covered with lizards. Scaly lizards, mean scaly lizards. There was a map that came in the box. I hung it up on the wall next to our computer so I could have a general idea where I was headed. Excuse me. You sent me a fat bleak. Too fat. Oh, whoa. I must have put the wrong weight on here. What are these? Are all just fat bleaks? What do you got? The fattest bleaks known to man? Damn, son. Yeah, those are just fat bleaks. Oh yeah, it was a. I mean, if there was an MMO that I wished would come back, it would be EverQuest. That style of grind, but I bet it's not even the way it was. But experience loss and stuff like that, and you know, it truly felt like an experience to level up, and not like today where it's just run through an endless train of quests. Still grindy, but enjoyable. Never heard a worm on mine. A WoW map of the zones. Farming, let's see if I can remember anywhere. You had the Frost Dwarves. Remember farming those for fine steel weapons. What was the undead place? It was such a small little zone. Well, the part that people farmed on. Unrest, yeah. I've spent far too many weeks of my life in unrest. Waiting. Did you get off? No. You're not. Wait, yeah, you did. Did I lose my bait? That's weird. I didn't get the fish escaped. I'll be mad if I lost my beetle larva. I didn't. Haha. Ink train. Stealing husbands? I mean, I'm not trying to steal husbands, per se. I didn't have anything to do with that man getting into the game. What's going on, Sora? Whatever. I'm just killing time at this point. I need to figure out somewhere new to fish that I'm enjoying. I was really enjoying Ladoga for a while, but it finally died on me. Wasn't good money or anything, it was just fun. I haven't caught a good sturgeon, sadly. I forgot that's not live bait. Go totally off meta and throw bait fish at amber. Is there even anything there? I wish you could look at fish like that. Catch a pike. I want to go throw bait fish at Balea. For some reason, always back to Balea. It's because I never caught a big tame in there. Everybody's got their well. I feel like people that are still playing MMOs have their series. There's a lot more of those than the MMO bouncers. They've got their one they always go back to. BDO was a weird one because I thought it was going to stick around, but I don't see much of it anymore. Had a game feel like it was attacking me. I liked what I heard about it, but I never played it because I ain't got time to invest in that shit. Did they switch companies or something? I don't know. I still see a few people on my Steam booted up now and then. Some of you are playing it. Star Wars Galaxies? When we go into the Star Wars Galaxies emulator hardcore. It's probably still up and running. It's probably got as many players as EverQuest. Alive and well. Let's see. SWG Emu. Oh yeah. Just updated. Visions of the past. Dreams of the future. We missed Wookiee Life Day. What the fuck? That's so weird that's happened twice in a row. Didn't take my beetle though. Edmund's banning people? Really? I didn't. I played it for a while. Back many years ago. Before Twitch. It seemed fine. I'm not the kind of guy who's like... those are the kind of things that don't scare me. Because I'm not the guy that's out there upsetting admins and getting banned. No, Emu. Star Wars Galaxies. The emulator for Star Wars Galaxies. A bannable offense to run looping macros. Oh. I was too old for, or too young for any of that shit anyway, hardcore. I just ran around like a child shooting my blaster, being happy about it. He's finally done it. Fat Bleaks, Tommy. Thank you. Found a skinny one. Those are kind of big. There's no way they're worth more than that order, though, right? That's a good order. 20 a piece. No. Still big worth. How long is left on this? I guess I'll wait and see if I get some smaller ones, though. Yeah, I got plenty of time. Any gift items in this game? You have to be premium to give something to somebody. Yeah. There is not deep sea fishing yet, no. Maybe someday. I thought this game was a lot older than it is. It's only like 2 years old or something, like going on 3. And certain things can only be gifted, yeah. When we first started, there was a big... I would agree it was a problem of us just giving our hand-me-downs to lower people. And I understand why they changed the gifting. Because I played Fishing Planet, and I saw what happens if gear is too easy to obtain. Yeah, and there were other things like sharing the bait bucket. You wanted to be the guy who, you know, was the last guy to get shared the binoculars, the bait bucket, the slingshot. You wanted to be that guy for sure. Yeah, this guy certainly was a nice... Whoops. We were sharing everything, yeah. And one day a guy doesn't log back on for a couple weeks, and they changed the rules. Oopsie. Can't blame me, they changed the rules. I can't send it back if I wanted to. It is funny that I can't send it back, because I didn't buy it. Like, I wasn't the original purchaser of any of those things, but I still can't send them to anyone. This rod has been out here forever and done nothing. You're getting recast, pal. Of course I reeled you in when I have no energy. That one's going. Yeah. Did you ever find any red char there, Brop, or no? Did it not work out for you? Oh, did you? Okay. Oh, damn, Tommy, you got them fab leaks. I need more energy. Yeah, I'm guessing it must have been. I think I'm casting... I wonder if I can figure it out. I think I'm casting like 42 or something meters. But it might just been short of that hole is all. Just like we were having with the other char. I think you were right. You're catching them better on the other side of the hole than in it. Clip is also weird to me because I don't know how it affects sinking. I don't like clipping for that reason because penduluming confuses me. I need a little underwater camera so I can see how my line actually sinks. Because I saw you were taking into consideration sinking yesterday, hardcore. Like, we definitely weren't fishing 12 meters out, but you were taking into consideration the depth. Come on. I don't understand the energy sometimes. Like, how much more energy can a man have to cast full distance? Why you no let me? Fuck it. Gotta run through. But yeah, like if you clipped here and actually hit the edge, you also need to take into consideration the 7 meters down. I don't know. I've heard it both ways. And saw your face? Absolutely not. You are not alone. It is terrifying to see your own face. You want to know what else is terrifying? Seeing your own body. First time you accidentally see your own body. What? I have a body? Or that your dick is a triangle. And your clown feet. I mean, pretty much everything about you is kind of terrifying. Look at your clown feet. Just making sure he doesn't get a boner when he's got a fish on. Just me. I'm mad I haven't heard the drag run once today. That is a small sturgeon, eh? No. It's a dumb wild carp. Ate my rhino larva. Get out of the water, you fuck. Get in my hands. Rude. That doesn't what? It's not the same sound. No, the fish should be bigger. I shouldn't have to change for the fish. The fish should change for me. I'm special. Whoa, Zoomy. Oh, it's a pike. Damn it, fat bleak. Oh, leaving your bail open. Extra running. Little Volgazander. Not against catching pike anywhere. It's just, it's not what I was expecting or wanting to use my bait on. Damn, these fat bleak, Tommy. What do you got? 79 gram bleaks? Wait, no, 69? These are 69 gram bleaks, aren't they? Out there. Anything want to eat my cockchafer? Okay, that's just too far, Richard. Yeah. Sprinting doesn't affect energy, does it? Sure doesn't seem like it. I think it stops energy regen. Possible. But who doesn't hold shift? I heard a jingle jangle. Which way are you casting hardcore? This way? This way? This way? This way? 1 or 2 or 3. Here's 1 again. Here's 4. Two? Yeah. So I was kind of, it's more of a 1.5. Tommy, you're catching all kinds of stuff on your flies. It's gonna be another dumb wild carp, isn't it? Get to the surface so I can see you. And shame you. Lift you up to the surface. Holy shit, bro. Surface. Do it, you coward. Oh, it's a Mr. Big Head. Mr. Big Head. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Head. What a fucking cute fish, huh, chat? His eyes are where his nose should be. That's rude. It's his eyes. They can be wherever they want. Fish don't have noses. Wait a minute. You bamboozled me. I mean, they don't have, like, defined noses. This is a nose, right? Nostrils, nose, they're different. Do fish have smelly holes in their face? Possibly some. Not that I'm aware of. But they don't have noses. Google. Fish with a nose. Not with human teeth. Yeah, I've seen that fish before. That's a really good picture of a fish. Now that fish has a nose. It talks in tiny text. How do fish not mate? Smell. Yeah, they got forehead nostrils. This fish is drawn with a human nose on it, and I like it. Dun, dun, dun. It's hard to Google fish and not just get like a ton of weird, rotty fish. Why can't people like take pictures of nice, fresh, live ones? Why's it gotta be, oh, it's how to get rotten fish smell out of the freezer? That makes sense. How to fix smelly pond water. A shark? Really? Smell a drop of blood? Ripley's. A mile away? Largely overblown, chat. Quarter mile away. It doesn't reach them instantaneously or necessarily cause them to attack. So swim away. Don't let your period keep you out of the water. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Got him. Thanks, Lanowar. I'm feeling good, you know? New look, new me. Had my nose redid. UPS man, where's my package? Stuck, chat. This will help, though. Got there. Told you. I gotta see if Mr. UPS man gave me his package. No, I'm not naked. I'm just a fish with a nose. Is this my mail? No, wrong mail. Did I close my mail? Yeah. I was afraid child would see. Packing list. Jamail. Shh, I'm not ready, fish. The shipment has been delivered to your house. I didn't hear him. Hold on, fish. It's snowing out there. There's no package at my house. Motherfucker, I'll be so mad. That mailbox? All that fit in my mailbox? I gotta go grab that or it's gonna fucking freeze. Might not be all of it. It shows a packing list. Alright, I'll be right back. If I would have walked to my mailbox, I wouldn't even be there yet. My mailbox is very far away. That's how long it took me to drive there and back. That's why I was upset it was there and not at my door. It was there, but it's very small. Everyone loves good moist meat. Let's see. I'm gonna have to buy more Christmas stuff. This will not be enough. Shit. I thought this was bigger than that. I want to save this envelope because it's cool. That means I have to get creative. Fucking kids these days and their fidget toys. Her whole Christmas list will fit in her stocking. Oh, there's more in here than it looks. Sorry, that's loud. Oh, buddy. Should see the... That's gross. Thanks. Dude, fidget toys are great. They're cheap, but also small. I did not order this. Not at all. That's a bonus. There's the damn list. All right, Christmas. I'm upset those didn't come in a better package. I did, Rob, yeah. Free shit? Yeah, it's a cat whose face spins around by pushing a button on its belly. That's the free shit. Fidgets are dumb, but they're cheap. She doesn't want anything expensive this year. She didn't ask for a damn PlayStation or a Xbox or a computer, a tablet. I'm not kidding you, her whole Christmas list cost me like $94. She did, that's not true. She did ask for goats or rabbits, rabbits, guinea pigs, a bunch of fucking farm animals that I'm not going to get her because I don't have a farm. But the squirrel in a log. She didn't ask for this. I just call her. She wanted a pup in a pug in a mug, a pup in a cup. I don't know what it was. They didn't have them, so instead she got a squirrel in a log. It's very squishy. I don't want house goats. My in-laws used to let their goats in the house once in a while. They're little goats, and all they did was shit everywhere. Little pellets of shit. Goats never stop shitting, you see? I call her Squirrel, so that's why I got her a squirrel in a log. I never stop eating, and I have to take breaks from shitting. If they shit in the house too much, I just call that dinner. You just eat their poop? That's weird. But you know, you do you, man. Didn't want it anyway. I need to make a good dinner tonight, chat. What are we having? Is that my drag I hear? Yeah, my baby rod. Which way's current go here? That way. It's not massive, I don't think. Better not be a 1 hour fight. Why do these always happen 10 minutes before I gotta go pick my kid up from the bus? I think this setup is just wrong and will break too. Don't tell anybody. I mean, I could just cut the line. You've never heard an angler saying just cut the line. You've never seen someone hook a dolphin. Clearly. If it takes all my line, it'll snap, or it'll swim the other way and drop the hook. Sea turtles, dolphins, pelicans, yeah. When it wraps you up in a log, there's lots of reasons you cut your line as a fisherman with a fish on, unfortunately. Never hooked an orca, just a dolphin. I didn't even have time to cut the line though, it took it all off the spool. And you're snagged with 40-pound braid? Please, I run 50, son. I'm taking that 40 with me. Oh, you mean when you're snagged like on a tree or something? Yeah. When you're not strong enough to pull your line back. I see. I thought you meant you're snagged on some 40-pound braid. This is gonna sound like a fish story, but I was trolling once and snagged on something. So I tried to reel up to it. I was in a small rowboat with just a trolling motor on it. Tried to reel up to it. Ended up just driving over towards my line. I get over there and I look down and there's my lure. And it's just fucking floating there. And I'm giving it everything I got and I can't get my fucking lure to come free. So I start poking at it with an oar. And I'm like going around it trying to find what it's hooked on. And I could not figure out what it was attached to. And I eventually pulled on it so hard I broke my hook. But I could just see my lure sitting there. And it was like, when I pull, it's not like it would move up at me. It's not like there was any give to it. It was like it was stuck. It was hooked on an invisible time spiral. That's the only thing I can think, is that it was hooked on another line underwater somehow, but I don't know. I really could not solve the riddle of what are you snagged on. But it was just starting to get dark, and it was cold, and I didn't want to dive in to find out. Yeah, I felt like it was a glitch in the Matrix, for sure. I had someone else in the boat with me, too, and even he was, like, fucking lost trying to figure it out. Caught a trap. Yeah, I will attempt to land some ridiculous things. I've caught logs, a fence, like I pulled up a piece of a chain link fence, dock poles, a rock. Two shoes. Though I caught one shoe on accident. The second shoe was the match to the set, so I caught it on purpose. I saw it sitting on shore. I did catch him. Is there like a pair of Rugrats special edition Nikes or Adidas or something? And I was like, who the fuck just lost these in the water? Somebody spent dumb money to get Rugrats special edition shoes. This was recently, too. My little brother hooked an old man's pair of shoes right off the dock when he was out there. Actually, just one. I guess he didn't hook both a pair. He hooked one. And I was so pissed with him because he just kept hooking shit. And he always casts and hooks shit when people are out there. We'll go by 25 docks where nobody's home, and he casts perfectly. And the minute someone is outside on the property, he hooks their boat, their dock, their shoes, their children. Just gonna be a small sturgeon. But I could pray. Thanks for the 9 months. Sub baby. Appreciate it, Bob. Try to take bobbers. My dog now, she loves when I catch fish, but then like freaks out when I throw them back, and then she sits there and whines until I catch another one. I'm so afraid that one time she's gonna jump up and try to like bite it off the line. But I don't like let her feed him or anything. She just gets very excited when I catch a fish. She's very thrilled when I bring a fish on the boat. Tommy's trapped me in a bleak prison. I can never leave. Guess I could take these bleaks elsewhere. Though they're kind of working. Take him to Balea for Tommy. He loves getting me to go to Balea. I must have had him go there once when he was a young lad. You and your almost trophy perch. Weighty. Oblique do a Cory. Catch Char. You might get some Arctics. I've got some Arctics on Yama with bait fish. Have you tried them on Yama? Is that just how you catch Kalugas? I think Corks is just an old-timey thing, an old man thing. So probably southern. He's got a big head. Honestly, you have like the same size head as most fish. Why you gotta be called big head? Just because where your eyes are? All forehead? What a cool looking fish though. Like I want a pair of fucking big head carp boots. Or pants. I'd look good in a pair of big head carp pants. I gotta go pick up my kiddo in a minute. So I should probably just get out of here while I got my rods up. $120 something. Have any luck with other baitfish? Oh really? Yeah, they have the loaches. Yeah, those are okay money, even small, huh? I should have ate that carp. Damn it. I think that's a good eating size. Cutting up a sturgeon is sad. Poor guy. Now you're bait. Imagine how much cooler cutting up bait fish would be if the species mattered. Don't miss cutting up all the small fish? Yeah. I should be saving these actually. But then it makes selling more of a pain. I should save these for 8 o'clock. So what did I make? Not good. Not like the worst I've ever done, but not good. Can you put a rud on a hook? I don't think so. Siberian roaches. Not ruds. And white bream. White bream have worked really well for me too. For just catching stuff. That's why not good. Look how many of those missed the flag. Wow. Hey, that's pretty bad. I only caught 6 flag Volgas. Yeesh. Alright, chat. I'm gonna skedoodle. I'll be back. I don't know when. Tonight, tomorrow. My schedule's still fucked up. Alice goes back to her mom's tomorrow, so then I'll get back to my regular night shift. I really want to check out Bannerlord again because it's been a while. I'll probably do that this weekend. I love you. Thank you for being here. Bye.